Welcome and happy new year, guys. Today we have a special treat for you guys. We're going to be creating an e-commerce website. So I know I've been off for about a month now. I think it was a month ago since we dropped our last video, and the last one was, I believe, the mythology project. Sorry if you hear scurrying around. My dogs are like napping right now, so they're just moving around in their sleep. Besides the point. But I believe the last video we created was the mythology project in terms of building up an application out. So in this one, I was like, we have not built out an e-commerce website together yet. And in that regard, I'm like, I'm not a fan of building e-commerce sites. I don't know about you guys. It's not fun for me. So I was like, how about we make this fun? I like comics. I'm trying to get into comics. If you're into comics, let me know what comics to get down below. I'm trying to get into this. But I'm like, let's make an e-commerce website where you could buy comics. You could buy something fun, like that would be fun. So I decided, hey, we're going to be using Shadcn, we're going to use Sanity.io, we're going to use our local storage. We're also going to be using Embla Carousel as well as Kinde Auth for the authentication. So we're going to be using all those libraries, Material UI, Tailwind CSS. We're going to be using all of that. Did I mention Shadcn? Shadcn? I think I did. Doesn't matter. But we're going to be using all of that in order to build this project out. Now, before you guys come for me, at the end of this project, we're not going to have a proceed to checkout portion in this project. So meaning we're going to create the front end, the back end. We're going to create everything that goes with the e-commerce application. The only thing we don't have is the proceed to checkout. Usually that's when you use like Stripe and things like that to simulate a checkout process. I'm not going to be doing that because this video, as you can see, is already about, I don't know, like close to 6 hours long. I thought if you guys want that part, I can make a part 2 and just go over that portion, and that would be kind of like a adjunct. So all we do is just you're able to just watch that video just for implementing checkout into your application rather than just merging it in with this. Now, this project I believe is more of a like late intermediate to early advanced stage project, and I say that because of all the kind of things we're going to be doing. We're going to be working with the local storage. We're going to be using a whole bunch of types of logic / functions, logic, to simulate different things. So increasing quantities of items within the cart. We're going to be adding things within the cart up. We're going to be taking things out of cart, adding things to cart right from the front end. So basically, if you hit quantity item from the front end, it should automatically or it should globally increment within the cart as well. So you're gonna see all that when I show you the demo right after this. I just wanted to ramble about the project, but like I said, it's gonna be an e-commerce website that's focused mostly on like how to build an e-commerce site, except for the proceed to checkout portion. That's the only part that's not going to be in it, but everything else is going to be awesome, I'm telling you. So we're going to be making use of our Sanity.io CMS a lot. It's the headless CMS. For those of you who don't understand what a headless CMS is, I have a video within my not archive. What's the word I'm looking for? I have a video within my catalog that explains the difference between headless CMS and just a traditional CMS, and just what CMS is in general. So I have rambled on enough. I hope you guys enjoy this project. It took me quite a long time to create, so I would appreciate it if you go ahead and drop a like, subscribe, share the video, comment down below if you want to see that proceed to checkout portion, or if you were like I could figure it out myself. I feel like if you just read the documentation for most of the things like Stripe, you might be able to implement it by yourself. But if not, if enough people like this video, enough people comment down below that they want to see a part 2, I'll go ahead and implement that portion to the application. Also, the repo is also in the description, so you can go ahead and check out the code also. So with all that rambling out the way, hope you guys enjoy it. Like I said, hope you guys like the project. Like I said earlier, I'm also trying to get into comics, so all of you comic nerds out there, let me know what to get. I'm trying to get into omnibuses, so I'm trying to build a collection here, so let me know in the comment section, my guys. So like I said, we're trying to build a community here. I've always said that from day one. So let's go ahead and do that. With all that said, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and let's just jump right into the demo. So here we have our application. Here we have our banner, and it's a carousel. It flips every 8 seconds. So after about 8 seconds, the first part's gonna flip. There we go. We're using Embla carousel for this. So we're using an external library to activate this, to render this. And then we have our featured items page here. So within our featured items page, we can click this and see what the item is about. We're able to add the cart. So we're doing this with the help of Sanity.io as well as the banner here. So everything rendered here is going to be coming from Sanity.io, which is a headless CMS. Here we have all the products within our application. So every product within our e-commerce site is what we have here. So everything, all the comics within our Sanity.io database is going to be shown here. We have our category filter here. We have our sort here. We're able to sort. The user is able to search for example, Flash. And there we go. So we're able to search for that. We're able to see what the product is about. The image is going to render. Since we're not logged in, it's going to state, please log in. Here, we're able to sort as well. We have pagination. We can go ahead and close out of this. We also are able to sort by name. We can sort by low to high. We can sort by high to low. We can as well as that filter. So we can filter through every single comic within our application. So that's something we're able to do here. We have our pagination down here that scrolls to the top anytime you hit the page number. So as you hit the page number, it scrolls back to the top of the container. So let's go back to number 1. When you go ahead and hit add to cart, as you can see, we're not signed in. So what it's going to ask us to do is sign back into Kinde Auth. So we're using Kinde Auth for the authentication process here. So once you go ahead and sign in, once you sign in, as you can see, it says remove from cart rather than add to cart because the item is already within the cart. So when we come into the cart here, this is our cart. This is what it looks like. We're able to filter within our cart to find certain items we placed within the cart. We're also able to increase the quantity of the items within the cart. As you can see, this increases. So now we're at 15. We can remove items from the cart. We have a cart total cart items. We're able to proceed to checkout. Here we can scroll down and see that when we have 6 items or less within our application. So when we have 6 items or less within our application, there's no pagination and there's no search because we only have 6 items. But the minute we go back to the home page and we add more items, so here we can add an item and increase the amount within the cart. Once we can do that, we can come back to this and you can see now we have pagination as well as the sort and the category filter. So we can head back and we can search for items here as well. So we can just state Marvels and there we go. So we have Marvels here. We can remove that item and head back to comics. And when we go back to cart, as you can see, it's no longer there. So that's pretty much it. So we can head back to the home page and this is pretty much the whole thing. So this is an intermediate to advanced style project. It's fully responsive. We have light mode. We have dark mode as well, as you just saw. This is our hamburger menu. We're using authentication via Kinde Auth. This is our cart badge and we're able to log out. So with all that, let's jump right into the application. All right, guys, so to start, what we're going to do is we're going to create our directory. So we're going to say make directory. This is going to be ecomic YouTube, well, ecomic app YouTube. We're going to CD right into that. So ecomic app YouTube. Let's clear that out. So now we're going to install our npx npx create next app 14 because we're going to be using Next.js 14, not 15. So we're going to say npx create next app at 14, and we're going to start it off there. So what's this project called? We're going to call it ecomic. Would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to say no. ESLint, yes. Tailwind CSS, yes. Source directory, yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And we're just going to wait for it to install. And while that's happening, let's open up another branch here. So we're going to say cd. Actually, let's just wait for that to install. It'll make things so much easier. So let's clear out of that. And now we can open up the new, there we go. We can open up that folder. And here we are. So we have all this configured. So let's go ahead and cd into ecomic npm run dev so we can see if it's going to show on localhost 3000 properly. So let's go ahead and open this up. So let's move this over here. And there we go. As you can see, it's showing on localhost 3000. Our data is showing on localhost 3000. So we want to come to source here. We want to come to global CSS. We want to take all this out and just leave Tailwind in there. For page, we want to take everything out like that. Let's make this a tad bit smaller. There we go. And then let's cut this out. And let's go ahead and save that. We don't need image. We'll just keep it like such. And now we can go over to, let's see, what else can we take out? Let's go out to layout. Let's go over to layout. For this, we're just going to take all this out and keep it like this. Okay, so now what do we have? Where's our page CS? Okay, there we go. So here we have nothing, and we can just say hello world. So let's see. Hello world is right there. So we're all set. We go ahead and take all that out. Cool. We can close out of this now and close out of this. So what we want to do now is install our dependencies. So let's go to ecomic, and here if we go to Google, you can see we have Sanity.io, which I mentioned is what we're going to be using for our headless as our headless CMS. So let's go ahead and say npm create sanity at latest. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it in here. So while that's going on, it's going to ask us some questions. So it says create a new project or select an existing one. We're going to create a new project. The project name is going to be ecomic app YouTube as well. Let's see. So it's going to take a few seconds. Use the default data set configuration. Yes, it's going to create that data set. We can pull this up now. So it's going to create that data set. Would you like to add configuration files for a Sanity project in this Next.js folder? You have to say yes to this for you to continue with this application that we're building, because we're going to be using adding all our configurations to our Next.js folder. So we're going to say yes. We want to use TypeScript. No. Would you like to embed Sanity Studio? This is very important. We're going to say yes. What route do you want to use for Studio? We're going to keep it at /studio, and select the blog. Select project template to use. We're going to start with a clean project with no predefined templates. And it says, would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your .env.local file? We're going to say yes. Awesome. So as that's working, let's go over to our git ignore and make sure that .env is in there. And yes, .env local is in there. Let's also add .env. Not that we're going to use it. It's just good practice. So yeah, so it's installing right now. So that's going on. Let's head on over to, so we're good with Sanity. Now we're going to be using Kinde Auth for our authentication. So I already have an account, so I'm just going to go ahead and sign in, and then I'm going to walk you through how to create it. All right, so I'm currently signed in. So here it says sign me into, and I have a couple of things I can sign into, but we're just going to pick one. So I'm just going to sign into my blog application, but that's not what we want. So I'm going to show you how to create your new business. So here, when you log in, it's going to ask you if you want to create a new business. So we're going to switch business here, and we're going to add business. So for business here, we're going to call it ecomic app, and we're just going to put 14, and my region is the USA. So we're just going to keep it like that, and we're going to save it. So here, it's going to go ahead and save. And as you can see, we have it here, ecomic app 14, and we're going to go ahead and just click on that. So when we click on it, it's going to ask us to configure our application or our business. So it's going to say, do you want to start from scratch, or do you want to use an existing code base? We're going to start from scratch, and we're going to go to next. We're going to use Next.js here, and then next. And I'm simply going to use the email I'm going to use the email to authenticate the users, but you guys can pick whatever you want. I'm only gonna be using email in this project. So we're gonna go to next, and here we can connect your Next.js code base. So we're gonna click connect. And here you're going to see where it says quick start. What you want to do is install the SDK via npm. So I'm using npm, so I'm going to copy that. And here I can come over, clear this out, and install that in there. So while that's installing, let's see what the next step is. So here it says create a .env local file in a root of your project and copy and paste this. Because this client secret is hidden right now, and if I copy and paste it, you're going to be able to see it, which is not what you want. It's a secret credential, so you don't want it exposed. I'm going to do that last, but what I am going to tell you is with Kinde post login redirect, where it says localhost 3000/dashboard, you want to take away that /dashboard because we're not going to be creating a dashboard, at least not a conventional dashboard. Our CMS is going to take care of what's supposed to be a dashboard. So just keep it at the same thing. So the logout redirect and login redirect should be the exact same thing. It should both be HTTP localhost 3000, no slashes and no dashboard. So that's what you want to do. And then here we want to create our API endpoint. So let's go ahead and just copy this. And then let's head on to our IDE here. And within source, we want to go into app and create an API folder. Within that API folder, we're going to be creating, what does it say to create? It says auth. So we're going to create another folder within it. It's going to be called auth. And then next, we're going to create Kinde Auth. So within auth, we're going to create a new folder. This is going to be called Kinde Auth. And that's how they want us to place it. So it's going to be Kinde Auth. We're just following this route here. And then we're going to have a folder within Kinde Auth that's going to be route.js. And then here we can go ahead and paste whatever it was that we copied here. And here it just shows you how to add sign up and sign in buttons, and we don't really need to do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and place it so we can close out of this. I'm going to go ahead and copy it and place it within my .env local, and then I'll get back to you guys. Awesome. So that's been done. So what we want to do is go back to Chrome, and now we're going to be using Shadcn as our component library. So we're going to be using that to basically add some stylings to our application. So we're going to go to get started, and this is Shadcn /UI. So if you Google that, you should be able to see it. So we want to go to installation, going right to Next.js. We're going to copy this npx Shadcn at latest init, and then we're going to paste it in here. So now this should go ahead. There we go. So I'm going to be using New York style. I'm going to be using zinc color. And yes, we want the CSS variables. It's going to install the dependencies. So while it's doing that, let's go ahead and copy the rest of the things it wants us to copy. So here, it's just telling us the breakdown. So we're going to be adding button here. So let's copy this. And we're also going to be using Shadcn for our light and dark theme. So let's go ahead and paste this in there. So while that's working, let's go down here to components, and we're going to be using dark and light mode. So that's what I meant. So light and dark mode. So let's go over to, let's see, is it theme or dark mode or something like that? Let's come up here. There we go, dark mode. So we're going to go to dark mode Next.js. We're going to copy this. We're going to paste this in here. All right, so we're pasting it in there. We're going to, so here we have component /theme provider.tsx. So we want to create a theme provider. So what we're going to do is we're going to come into our source folder here. And then within components, we're going to create a new file. This is going to be called theme provider.jsx. Awesome. And then here, this says TSX, but we're going to be using JSX. So I'm just going to copy my JSX file in there. So that way I don't have to change it to a JSX file. So I already have it done. So I'm just going to copy in my JSX file. So this is what my JSX file looks like. Let's go ahead and do this. Awesome. So this is what it looks like. And that's practically it. So we go ahead and just close out of it. And then now, it's going to tell us to wrap our root layout. So here we're going to take this theme provider, we're going to copy it, we're going to go to our layout. Oh, we're going to go to our layout, which is over here. There it is. So it's within our app. So we're going to go to body. We're going to paste this in here. And then we're going to close out theme provider. But we got to make sure that it imports. So we're going to say theme provider again. Save that, and it should import here. There we go. So that's it. Just like that, we're done with that portion. And then let's see, do we have anything else? So we need toggle as well. So we need to go find toggle as well as drop down menu. So let's start with drop down menu. Let's copy this and let's paste this in here, and let's find toggle as well. So where is toggle? There it is. So we're gonna copy this as well. And let's give it a second to install the dependencies, and we're going to paste this in here as well. So that's going to be add toggle. And last we want to do is we want to come over to mode toggle. So if we come over here, let's go back to dark mode. So there should be mode toggle there. There we go. So number 4 is add mode toggle. So let's go ahead and click code. We're just going to copy this code here, and we're done. We can just go ahead and close out of this. Now let's go back to our IDE. We can go ahead and clear this out. And within our components, we want to create a new file, and this is going to be mode toggle.jsx. We're going to go ahead and paste this in here. Let's reduce this a little bit. Oh, there we go. Awesome. So that's going to be it. So this is basically our mode toggle. We have all this. This is our mode toggle. That's going to be it. And then we can just go ahead and close it. So once we're done with that, let's go over to Material UI. We're going to copy this. We're going to install it. So we're going to go ahead and install this. While that's installing, we're going to go back to Google, and we're going to say Material UI icons. Now we're going to go to Material icons, and up here we should have the installation. There we go. We're going to copy that, and that's it. And then we're going to just paste this in here. And then lastly, because we're going to be using a library, we're going to be using a carousel. So if we come over to the main application, you can see here there's going to be a carousel that runs about every 5 to 8 seconds or something like that. It flips over. Let's see, is it going to flip over? Might have. Yeah, I think I disabled it when I was in development mode. But we have this carousel here, and what we want to do is, rather than reinvent the wheel and build out our own carousel, we're going to use this library, Embla carousel. So if you type in embla-carousel.com, you'll come here. All you need to do is hit get started. You're going to pick React for the installation type, and I'm using NPM. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it in here. So that's pretty much all you have to do with Embla carousel. Everything else is just going to show you how to structure your application and use the various types of carousel there. So we're going to keep this open as well, just so we can have a reference. So here we should be all done. There we go. So now if we npm run dev again, we should be super set. So, ooh, are we running something on 3000? Let's see, what's running on 3000 right now? There should not be anything running right now on 3000. So I don't know why that said something was running on 3000. Nothing should have been running on 3000. So let's see. Oh, it's because this was still open, I guess. Why can't I open? So let's see. Let's quit Chrome, and let's clear this out. npm run dev again. Why is 3000 in use? Let's see. That's weird. So let's clear out of this, because if we use 3000, oh wait, there, that's why. It's because we kept reopening it. There we go. Let's clear out of this, npm run dev. Because if we use 3001, then it kind of messes up our authentication process. So let's keep it at 3000 here. That's awesome. And then we can open this up again. Just a quick debugging right there. So let's see, this still opens. Awesome. So that works fine. Now what we want to do is, to begin with, what I'm going to do is, like I stated in the beginning, we're going to be using we're going to be using local storage. So in order to do that, we're going to need cart. I said a cart. We're going to need context. So we're gonna create a folder. I don't know why I can't speak. So we're gonna create a folder called context, and within context, we're gonna have something called savedItems.js. So saved items is just gonna be our saved items.js, and saved items is gonna be our context. And within this context provider, we're going to have basically a way to toggle responses and get the quantity of items within the cart, remove items from the cart, and basically globally. We're going to be doing all that globally. And for example, I'm going to show you here. If we open up eComic here, as you can see, we're signed in. Here we have a global cart. And by global cart, I mean if I add something to cart here, so there we go. If I add this from to cart, so let's remove this. Yeah, if I add this to cart, as you can see, this changes to 8. If I remove this from cart, this changes to 7. If I remove this from cart, this changes to 6. If I add 1 and take away 1, there we go. If I add 1, it turns to 7. Add 1, it turns to 8. Add 1, it turns to 9. And then if I click this cart feature, you can see that all these are exactly what the quantity as well as the items we added to cart, exactly what we want them to be. If I add one more here, let's say add a cart, now we have 10, and the way my application set up, now we have pagination, so we can see all of it. We have our filter here, so we can just filter through, and that's pretty much all we're doing here with this global cart. With this cart provider, we're able to globally pass data throughout our application. So if we want to remove the cart now, it automatically removes from here, adds back to it, and all this is within local storage. So I believe we have within my catalog on YouTube, I have a project there that works with local storages, and I believe that was with blog. That was with the blog application that also uses the headless CMS. So you can go check that out if you want to. I'll leave a link in the description or somewhere around here as a reference. So you can go check that out as well if you want to work more with local storages and build more stuff with the headless CMS, Saturday.io. So with all that, that's pretty much what we're doing here. We're going to have a global system of passing cart items throughout the application. So we're going to start out by saying use client, because this is going to be a client component. Awesome. And then we're going to say export const saved items context is equal to create context. We're going to state, now we're going to create the provider component. So we just created the context. Now we're going to create the provider component. We're going to say export const saved items provider is equal to, we're going to place children in here. We're going to state const saved items and set saved items is equal to use state, and it's going to be an empty array. So let's import use state. There we go. So we're going to do that. Now within this saved item provider, within this provider component, we're going to use effect here. And here we're going to say we want to load saved items from our local storage when the component mounts. So we're going to say const saved is equal to json.parse local storage dot get item, and this is going to be saved items. Else, we're going to have an empty array. So when the component mounts, and if we don't have anything saved in the local storage, we're just going to keep it as an empty array. So when we do that, we're going to come down here and we're going to set saved items, and this is going to be saved. Now we can say empty dependency array down here. Okay, so now we want to toggle. We want to be able to toggle between saved and basically not saved. So if something's saved, you want to be able to say, hey, this item's within the cart. And if it's not saved, you want to give the option to save or add to cart. So let me make sure I said that right. So if an item is not saved, we want to give it the option of adding it to cart. And if it is saved, we want to give it an option of removing it from the cart. So what we're going to say is const toggle save item is equal to item. We're going to say let updated saved items. Now we're going to say const existing item is equal to saved items dot find saved, and this is going to be saved dot underscore ID is equal to item dot underscore ID. Awesome. Now we can state if we have an existing item, then we want to say updated saved items is equal to saved items dot filters, and then we're going to pass in an ID, and we're going to say ID dot underscore ID does not equal item dot ID. So here what we're, let's see, let's saved items. There you go. So here what we're saying is if an item exists, filter through and remove it. So we're going to say else, if an item doesn't exist, we're going to say updated saved items is equal to, and here we're just going to restructure it here and say saved items. And we're going to say underscore ID item dot underscore ID. And our quantity here, quantity is going to be 1. Awesome. So what we're saying here is if an item doesn't exist, we want to add that item with the default quantity of 1. Because if you add an item to a cart, you want to start with number 1. So that's all we're saying. So now we're going to say set saved items, updated saved items, local storage dot set item. We're going to call it saved items within our what's it called, within our local storage. We're going to save it as saved item, and we're going to say json.stringify, and here we're going to say updated saved items, and we're all set. Now we want to be able to update the quantity of the items within the cart. So for example, here when we go in the cart, we want to be able to say, hey, we have 2 of these now and this goes up. We have 2 of these now, this goes up. So that's basically all we're trying to say. So when we do that, we're going to say const updated update item quantity is equal to product ID and increment. Awesome. So now we're going to say const updated saved items is equal to saved items dot map. We're going to pass an item, and we're going to say if item dot underscore ID is equal to the product ID. There we go. Then we want to say const new quantity is equal to increment. So if we have an increment, then we want to increase the item quantity by 1. So we're incrementing by 1, else we want to we want to decrement. Yeah, we want to decrement it. Is that a word? Let me know in the comment section. So we want to say item.increment -1. So we're decrementing it. Decrementing it? I don't know. So return, and here we're going to say item quantity, new quantity. If it's greater than 0, then it's going to be new quantity, else it's going to be 1. Awesome. So here we're going to destructure item. We're going to say if quantity, which is new quantity, is greater than 0, then we're going to pick the new quantity, except else we're going to use 1. So quantity being new quantity is greater than 0, then we're going to use new quantity, else we're going to use 1. So one more time, we're going to say destructure item. We're going to say quantity is new quantity, and then we're going to say if it's greater than 0. So if new quantity is greater than 0, then we're going to pick new quantity, else we're going to pick 1. So we're going to keep it as 1. So after that, now we want to return it. So we want to return item. So if this, else we're returning the item. So now we're going to state set saved item, and this is going to be updated saved items. And here we're going to say local storage dot set item. So here we're setting the saved items. So saved items, we're going to say JSON dot stringify, and this is going to be updated saved items. Awesome. So now we want to remove the item entirely. So if we delete an item from our cart, or we just want to remove it from a cart entirely. So here we're going to say const remove item is equal to, we're going to pass in a product ID, and we're going to say const updated saved items is equal to saved items dot filter. We're going to filter through the item. We're going to state item dot underscore ID does not equal product ID. Now we're going to say set saved items, and this is going to be updated saved items. Now we're going to say local storage dot set item saved items JSON dot stringify, and this is going to be updated saved items. Now we can go ahead and say return, and this is going to be saved item context dot provider. Cool. And we're going to pass in values of saved items. We're going to say toggle save items, toggle save item, update item quantity. We're going to say remove item. Awesome. And we're going to close out of this, and within here we're just going to pass in children, and we're going to save that. So now, awesome. Great. So this is what it looks like. We're going to go ahead and close out of that, and now we can go into our where is there, our layout. So we can go into our layout here, and within our layout we're going to wrap this with saved items provider, and then we're going to close it, and let's just do it this way. Awesome. So what's the problem here? So let's make sure saved item provider, okay. And then when we come back to saved items here, we didn't create context. Okay, we're good now. So what else didn't we? That was it. So we can go ahead and close out of this. And now that that's done, we can actually just start building out our application. So now in our components, we just want to create a new file, and this file is going to be called actually, you know what? Let's get this part out the way. So let's go over to sanity before we do anything. We're going to create 3 schema types. So we're going to create for the banner, for featured products, and for store products. So if we come over here to what now? .get items. Saved items.js.get number 10. Let's see, why is number 10 giving us problems? A con saved is equal to json.parse local storage.get items. And this should be get item. Do we have get items anywhere else? Nope. Cool, so we're all good. So that's it. Awesome. So now if we come back here, awesome, we're all good. So basically what we're saying is what we're going to be doing with the schema, that the sanity schema, is here we have our banner, here we have featured items, here we have here we have all our products that we're going to be selling on this cart, on this e-commerce site. So that's practically it. So that's what the schema is doing. So all this data is literally coming from our CMS. So all this data here, including our categories, it's coming from our CMS, but we have to build out the schema first. So what we're going to say is we're going to come over to schema types, and we're going to state new folder, and we're going to just call this schemas. That's fine. And here we're going to say new file, and within our new file we're going to call this banner content.js. We're going to say the second one's going to be featured products.js, and then the last one is going to be store products.js. Awesome. So this makes it a lot easier and a lot faster to create. So I'm going to create at least the banner content with you guys, and then we're just going to replicate the same thing for featured products and store products. And by replicate, I mean a similar concept. So for banner content, it's going to be, we're going to state export const banner content is equal to, we're going to say name here is going to be banner. The title is going to be banner, and the type is going to be document. Awesome. We're going to say fields is going to be, did I spell that right? No. There we go. It's going to be an array of objects. Cool. And we're going to say name is going to be title. Title is going to be image title. We're going to say type is going to be string. We're going to say validation, and I'm going to explain in a second what all this is. Validation is going to be rule.required, and this is going to be .error, and this is going to be image title is image title is required. Awesome. And let's bring this down one. Awesome. So what we're saying here is, here we created the name for our banner content, the title, the type is going to be a document. The fields here, we're going to have a name, and this is going to be for the image title. So when we get an image, we want to call that image something. It's going to be for the image title. It's going to be a string. The data type is going to be a string. And validation just means we have a rule that says this field is a required field. If we don't fill this field out, we cannot publish the data. And if we don't fill it out, we're going to get the error image title is required. So that's all we're stating here. So next we're going to have name, which is author. And that's pretty self-explanatory. So the author of the comic, because this is going to be about comic books. So this is going to be author. We're going to say type here is going to be string. Let's make this lowercase. Awesome. We're going to say validation is going to be rule.required.error and this is going to be author name is required. Now we're going to state name here is going to be slug. We're going to say title is going to be slug. We're going to say type is going to be slug. Make sure title is always capitalized, meaning you start the first letter capitalized, and then the rest can be lowercase, but every other property is lowercase. So options is source title. Awesome. And validation is going to be the same thing, which is rule. We got to put a comma here. So validation is going to be rule.required.error. And here we're going to say slug is required. Awesome. And the reason we have option source title here is it can help us generate a slug based on the title of the document. So whatever the title of so here where we have image title, whatever the title is, we can create a slug from it. So we can now say after slug we have name. So this is going to be our image. What's the problem? So let's see. Oh, we did not do this. So here we're going to say name is going to be image. We're going to say title is going to be image as well. We're going to state type. Here we're going to have image. And we're going to say options. It's going to be hotspot. And it's going to be true. Awesome. So now we're going to say name is issues. We're going to say title is issues. So by issues, I mean what do I mean by issues? So issues, wait, did I even use issues? Let me make sure. I don't even think I did. No, I did not. So interesting. I don't even think I used issues. Oh, yes, I did use issues. So issues means for this banner. So for example, I just didn't render it on screen. So here for this Marvels, sorry about that. That's my dog. It's really late at night. So it's like 2:30 a.m. So for this comic Marvels, what issues does this, like, let's say it's an omnibus. So for those of you who are into comics, there's a type of collection called an omnibus, which has it has a bunch of issues within it. So it can be from like issue 1 to 5 of the Marvel collection or something like that. Now, if I'm not saying it right, don't butcher me in the comment section. I'm just now getting into comic books. So also in the comment section, let me know what comic books to start out with, because I'm trying to get into it. But that's besides the point. My point is there's usually issues that go along with books like omnibuses. So for that, we're going to say issues. And this is going to be what issues is. So here we're going to say type is going to be text. So I didn't render it because I didn't really, I mean, that's some really nerdy stuff. So I didn't think people would really care that much, since this is like a portfolio project kind of thing. So here we're just going to say rule.required. But I am serious though, guys. Like in the comment section, let me know if you guys are into comic books. I'm trying to get into that. So here we're going to say the max is 250 characters. If we have an error, the error is going to state issue is required and should be 250 characters or less. Awesome. So after we have that, we're going to have description. So we're going to say name, description. We're going to state title is description. We're going to say type is going to be text. We're going to state validation is going to be rule dot required dot max of 350. So that's going to be the maximum amount the description could be. Here we're going to say description is required and should be 350 characters or less. Awesome. So now we're going to say, so here its description is required and should be 350 characters or less. And then we're going to go over to this, and this is going to be, let's come down one. This is going to be date created. So we're going to say name, date created. So we want to know what date this was created. We're going to say title is going to be date created. We're going to say type is going to be date time. And don't get date created for the date this comic book was created. This is just the date that we basically placed the data within the CMS. So rule.required, and we're going to say .error, and this is date created is required. Awesome. And now we're going to have name, price. We're going to say title is going to be price. We're going to state type is going to be number. Description is going to be the price of the featured product. We're going to say validation is going to be rule.required dot minimum dot precision to dot error. And basically we're saying we have a minimum of 0 and it has to be precisely two decimal places, So for example, 0.00, or if you have $20, it's going to be 20.00. And then here for error, we're going to say the price must be a positive number with up to 2 decimal places. Awesome. And now, lastly, you see why I said I'm only going to run through one of them with you guys? It's really long. So we're going to say category, and we're going to say title is going to be category. We're going to state type is going to be string. We're going to say options. And for category, the options is going to be a list. Hence, it's going to be an array. So it's an array data type. And then we're going to have an array of objects. And here we're going to say title is going to be superhero. Value is superhero. We're going to say title is going to be, well, you know what? Let's do it one at a time. Let's just do this. So we're going to have 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just place commas. 1, 2, 3, 4 commas. So superhero is going to be the first title and value. The second one is going to be science fiction. So the value is going to be the same thing. It's going to be science fiction. The third one is going to be fantasy. Here it's going to be fantasy as well. The fourth one is going to be horror. The value here is going to be horror, and then we're gonna have mystery / crime, and the value is gonna be the same thing, mystery / crime. Awesome. And we're gonna select it by way of radial buttons. So we're gonna say layout. So we don't need the import layout. We're just gonna say layout in lowercase. So layout here in lowercase is gonna be radial. Great. Awesome. So that's pretty much it. So this is the whole thing. So I'm going to scroll down slowly so you can see the whole thing. So we start from number 1, and then we're just going to scroll down all the way to slug, and then we can go from slug all the way to issues, and then from issues we're going to go all the way to date created, and then from date created we're going all the way to category. From category we're going to go down, and that was the last part of the category. It ends at 105. So that's pretty much it. So now we can close out a banner content. But what we want to do is we want to come into index, and this is index within schemas, right? Or wait, is it within schemas? No. So it's within schema types. So within schema types, so if you open up schema types, which is within sanity. So if you open up sanity, you're going to see schema types. Within schema types, you're going to see index.js. So here you're going to see types. So this is where we set our schema. So this is where we kind of quote unquote publish the schema. So we're going to say, we're going to import banner content, the one we just created. And now if you go to your sanity IO studio, if you go to your sanity studio, you should see banner content within it. So you kind of just quote unquote publish that schema. So it's just going to be empty. So now featured products, I'm just going to copy and paste what I have and run it down with you guys. So with featured products, we're going to have our name, title, type, and fields. So this is all it. And then with fields, we have title, image title, our string. Categories, the same thing. We have the same 5 categories. And then we're going to have slug. It's the same thing. We have image. We're going to have date added. We have description, price. Here, the only difference is we're going to have inventory. So with inventory, the only thing is we're not going to be going past the cart feature. So for example, let me show you here. So within our application, we're going to come over to cart, and as you see, proceed to checkout does nothing. That's because we're not going to be creating a proceed to checkout. So typically you can use Stripe for your proceed to checkout and your checkout, basically your whole checkout process. You can use the Stripe API to work with it, but I just thought that would be too long. Anyone could read the documentation for Stripe and just like, well, let me not say anyone. People can typically just read the documentation and are able to use that documentation and apply it to their project to create what they want to create typically. So I just thought, I mean, everyone seems pretty smart. So I didn't think you guys would want to watch that whole process. So, but if you do, go ahead and give this a thumbs up, like the video, comment down below what you think of it. Comment down below that you want a part 2, because I'm just going to make this a whole, like just one part. So if you want the proceed to checkout portion of it, if enough people like it, enough people ask for it, I'll make a proceed to checkout portion where I implement Stripe or whatever whatever I feel that's better to implement. So far, I've seen Stripe is the best to implement, but up until that, that's going to be an external library. So I didn't think it would really, you guys would want to, watch a whole featured length movie on how to create an e-commerce site when this is kind of just not, it's not too advanced of a project that I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give it an intermediate / advanced style project. But if you want me to implement that with all my rambling out the way, basically just just like the video, comment down below what you think of the video. Let me know if you want a part 2, basically, which just implements that part. Now, if 2 people ask me for it, I'm not doing it. This project took me a long time to make. Like I said, it's like 2:45 a.m. in the morning, and I'm doing this for you guys because I have not posted in a while. I've been working on this project for a long time. So with that, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you guys want to see that. I have rambled enough. So let's head on back to our IDE. So with inventory, as I said, we're not going to be doing proceed to checkout. So we're just going to have it there in case I end up doing proceed to checkout portion with inventory. Let's say we have 10 Marvel comics or something like that. If we check out and we purchase 2 items and we have 10 within inventory, 10 minus 2, that's 8. So now we have 8 left in the inventory. That's why we have that there. So if we have one more left, if we have only 1 item in inventory for that specific comic, we can be able to render out like, hey, this is the last, only 1 item left, only 1 item left in stock. So the user is able to know, hey, I better buy this really quickly before someone snags it. So something like that. That's pretty much the idea behind it. So I'm going to scroll down really slowly so you guys can see the whole thing again. So we're going to start with number 1, export cons featured products. And I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to scroll down, scroll down. I'm going to keep scrolling down slowly. You can just go ahead and pause it. Go ahead and pause it if you want to see the whole thing. And that's description, then we have price, then we have inventory, and then we stop at number 89. So that's going to be it. And then we can go ahead and just close out of this. And then we're going to do the same thing with an index. We're going to say featured products, and we're going to import that schema. And then we're going to go into store products, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to copy and paste store products in there. So for store products, this is going to be every product we have within our inventory, every product we have in the store. So this is going to include our featured products as well as what we see in the banner. So here we're going to have store products. We're going to have the fields, which is image title. We're going to have the same category. It's going to be a radio layout. We're going to have slug. We're going to have the author and the artist. So the artist, for the comic book people out here, you guys know the artist is the person who designed the comic or drew the comic. The author is the person who is responsible for writing the comic out. The image, if I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section. Like I said, I'm just new to this comic stuff. So the image is going to be, it's self-explanatory. It's the image we're going to be using. The date added is going to be the date, like today, for example, is when we create that that specific comic within our CMS. So description, self-explanatory. We're going to have price, and then we're going to have inventory. So that's pretty much it. So I'm going to scroll again. So here we have number 1, store products, and then we're going to scroll down past category. So it's going to be slug, and then we're going to go down to artist, and then we're going to go down to date added, and then we're going to go down to price. Now we can come down to inventory, and that's it. So it ends on 101. So that's pretty much it. So the last one is on the last bracket, and semicolon is going to be on number 101. And that's pretty much it. So we just go ahead and close out of that. And now we can import that as well. So we're going to say store products, save that, and we can close out of that. So before we head over to our CMS to place data into our CMS, what we're going to do is we're going to state, let's come over here. Let's come up here to, let's come up here to Studio. We're going to see page.jsx. So what we're going to do is within this return here, we're going to state, let's bring this down. Let's bring this down. Oh, let's bring this down. And let's give this a div. And below here, let's close it out. And within this div, let's give it a class name. And here we're just going to say pattern top 8 view height. And we're going to save that. And that's it. So the reason we have pattern top 8 view height is because, for example, when I open this up, so let's come over to, let's go to my blog. So if I come over to my studio here, so eComic, so we come over to our studio. As you can see, my nav bar is still showing even though this is the Sanity Studio. So that's what we just did. So we haven't created our nav bar yet, but our nav bar is going to take 8 view height. So we're just going to place the Sanity Studio at a pattern top of 8 view height. So that way we can maneuver with our nav bar. So that's all we just did. So that makes things a lot easier. So now within our local host, so everything should be all set, and that's it. So within our local host, what we can do is we can now come over to our studio. So let's go over to studio. Awesome. So we were prompted to sign in. So we just signed in. And as you can see, we don't have a nav right now. So we just have that space up top because we gave it that pattern of 8 view height. This is where our nav is going to go. Okay, we got a free upgrade. Got it. Cool. So that's all we have to do. So now we have our banner. As you can see, if we click the plus button here, you can see the fields we have here for our banner. We can do the same thing for featured products. We click this plus button here. You see this new featured products. Same thing for store products. We click this plus button here. You see the same thing. Now, what I'm going to do is I already pre-recorded a video of me plugging things in. So I'm going to insert that here. All right, guys. So I actually thought I had this pre-recorded so I could just plug it in, but turns out I did not have this pre-recorded. So I had to write out the whole schema all over again. So fun. Please like and subscribe if you guys like this video, because this is taking a lot of work. So I enjoy it, but some appreciation would be nice. So please like, subscribe, and comment it down in the comment section if you do like this. Gives me a little bit of more motivation. I digress. So here we have banner content. So within banner, I have three items. So I have X-Men X-Men The Dark Phoenix Saga, X-Men Age of Apocalypse Omnibus, and Marvels. So if we come over to eComic here, you will see that this is exactly what I have here. So when you click on, let's say, Marvels, for example, you can see that we have the image title is Marvels, the author here, the slugs. The slug, I just hit generate and it makes the slug off of the image title. So the image is copy and paste an image in there. The issues is just the original Marvel series and additional stories by the same creative team. That's as generic as it gets. So description, we placed in the description there. Date created, price, 19.99, so pretty generic price. And the category here is superhero. So all three of these I believe are just superhero categories. So that's pretty much it. For featured products, we have Invincible Kingdom, we have Immortal Hulk, Once and Future, Batman Long Halloween, and The Walking Dead. So I believe each of these are 5 different categories. I believe Long Halloween's like mystery / crime. The Walking Dead is horror. Once in Future is fantasy, I believe. Immortal Hulk is no. Once in Future might be science fiction. Invincible Kingdom, I believe, is fantasy, and Immortal Hulk is superhero. So store products, we have 50 of these, I believe. Yeah, so I have to write out 50 of these. So I have 10 for each category, I believe. So the more you have, the more you're able to experiment with the logic. So the UI looks pretty good. So, and the user experience is better because there's more products to play around with. So you have pagination, you have sort, you have filter, you're able to search for products, things like that. So that's pretty much it. So we can go back. We just close out of this actually. We can keep that one open. We can come over here, clear this out, npm run dev. Now, local host, we just open this up. Let's slide this back in there. And yeah, there shouldn't be anything in here. But like I said, we just finished up our, that's how you create the schema pretty much. So we just finished up our schema. Now we can go ahead and actually start building things for the front end. So the first thing we want to create is something called the cart badge. So within components, we're going to come in. Oh, also, by the way, I changed the name of mode toggle from mode/toggle, mode -toggle to mode toggle.jsx. So that's the only thing that changes. The code is still the same. So mode toggle is camel case rather than mode hyphen toggle. So that's all I changed. And then within components, we're going to create a new file. So make sure the file is within components, not within UI. It's within components, not the UI folder inside of components. It's just within components folder. And then new file here is going to be called cart badge. So we're going to say cart badge.jsx. Awesome. And what cart badge is let's come here. So as you can see within on our cart here, we have this badge that says number 12 on it. So if we add this, so if we add the cart, okay, we got to sign back in. So let's sign back in really quickly. Awesome. So we're signed in now. As you can see, it says remove from cart here. So if we remove from cart, we have 11. If we add back the cart, we have 12. So the thing is, since we have the cart icon here, we want this badge. Also, we want it here in the hamburger menu, in the hamburger nav, to show how many items we have within our cart. So we have 12 items. As you can see, total items 12 within our cart. So that's what we're trying to do. So let's head on back to our local host. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's going to fail. So here within cart badge, what we want to do is we're going to say const cart badge. So like I said, cart badge is just a badge to show how many items are within the cart. So cart badge, we're going to have it as, let's actually make everything the same. So we're just going to say export. So this is going to be use client first of all. So it's a client component. And we're going to say export default cart badge. So function cart badge. And we're going to state, since we already have our saved items, so our saved items provider, our saved items context, we're going to say const saved items is equal to use context, and this is going to be saved items context. There we go. And then let's make sure use context is also, so import use context. Awesome. So we want to make sure that's also there. So we shouldn't have an error anymore. There we go. And then we're going to calculate the total items within our cart. So we're going to say const get total quantity, and it's going to be an arrow function. And we're going to say return saved items dot reduce. We're going to take total and item. There we go. So we're going to take those and we're going to say total plus item dot quantity. Not get, so just quantity. Awesome. And then we're going to have 0 here. Cool. So just like that, we're done with that. And now we can return. And here we're going to say link. So next link. And this is going to be href. And we're going to have a cart route. We just haven't created it yet. And then we're going to say class name is relative. Badge is going to be material UI badge. So material icons, material, and it's going to be badge. And we're going to state, actually, this should be, actually, let's see if it works. So badge content is equal to get total quantity. It's a function. And then we're going to say color is going to be secondary. And then we're going to have a shopping cart icon. So shopping cart icon. Okay, so we need it from material UI. So let's do this. So let's take away this bracket. And here we're going to have material MUI icon slash material, and we're going to have slash badge. And then this is going to be shopping cart icon. and this is going to be material slash shopping cart. Cool. So shopping cart icon is going to be class name dark. So dark theme is going to be text white. And then we're going to have text as 3.5 feet in. We're going to say hover is text green for 100. We're going to state hover is text foreground. And that's it. So awesome. So this is our cart badge, and we can just close out of it. Cool. So now we want to create our actual nav. So we're going to state new file within components, and this is going to be nav.jsx. So within nav, we're going to say, so within nav, we're going to state export default async function nav. And here we're just going to have, let's just say return first. Cool. So one thing you got to notice is in cart badge, we used use client, and we also used export default function. We didn't say export default async function. That's because this nav.jsx is a server component, whereas cart badge was a client component. So React doesn't use async functions within when you export. When you create export default, it's just going to be export default function nav. It doesn't use async. So React clients are not asynchronous. So what you want to do is the reason we're doing, not what we want to do, the reason we're doing this is because we want to render our items via the server, so the server component. So one, it makes our application super fast. But the problem is when we want to use things such as use state or state hooks and things like that, state variables, that can't be done on the server side. So you have to do that on the client side. So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing a lot of exports, We're going to do a lot of sending items via props from one component to the other in order to get our front end to render. So with nav, we're going to be with just nav.jsx, we're going to be able to get the user. So get to see if the user is authenticated and get information on the user if they are authenticated. So the way we do that is by stating, let's come up here and let's go to like 3. We're going to state const get user is equal to get Kinde server session. And one thing to note is once get Kinde server session, when it imports, make sure you take away dist and types because we're not in those folders. So we're just going to have Next.js slash server, Next.js slash server is what we need. So we're not going to be using dist slash types. So here we have this, and now we want to get the user. So we're going to say const user is equal to await get user. Awesome. And now we want to check if the user is authenticated. So we're going to say const is authenticated is equal to get Kinde server session. And we're going to say const is user authenticated. And we're going to say is equal to await is authenticated. Cool. And just like that, we have our user information. So here we're just going to say nav. And here we're going to say nav. And we're going to state, let's style it. So we're going to say class name is with full, height is 8 view height. We're going to say fixed, top is 0, left is 0, right is 0, background black, flex items center, and we're going to say justify between. We're going to state text is white, pattern X is 2, Z index is going to be 50, and capitalize. Cool. So you should start seeing things within our front end being rendered. So div class name here is going to be flex items is going to be center. we're going to have text white and padding of 3. And within it, we're going to have our link. So we're going to import next link. And this is going to be href. And this is going to be to the home page. So we're then going to have h1 here. Class name is going to be font bold. And this is comics. Awesome. And then after this div here, we want to create another div. And this is going to be class name flex items center. And this is going to be space on the x-axis 4. And here we want to bring in that mode toggle. So mode toggle. Awesome. So that should import in there. We want that cart badge. Awesome. And then we want one more thing. So we're going to come into components and we're going to create a new file. And this is going to be called Hamburger nav.jsx. So here it's going to be a client component. So we're going to say use client. We're going to state export default function hamburger nav return. Awesome. So now we want to come down here and we also want to import that hamburger nav. Cool. So it should be hamburger nav. So cool. And then yeah, so it should be hamburger nav. Cool. So within hamburger nav, we want to pass in a few things as props. So we're going to say user. We're going to pass in a user. We're going to say is user authenticated, and we're going to pass in is user authenticated, and that's it. So just like that, we're all set. So that's our nav. So we can go ahead and close out of that. So if we open this now and we oh yeah, it's not going to do anything. So let's come over to our layout. So we're going to go to layout really quickly. So within layout, right after saved items provider, make sure it's after saved items provider, you're going to pass in nav. And that's it. So close out of that. If we open this now and we refresh it. Awesome. So let's refresh it one more time. Awesome. So as you can see, we have our nav. I don't know why this is not a cart, so it probably is using bag instead of cart. So let's see, hamburger. Oh, let's go to cart badge actually. So let's close out of this. So cart badge, shopping cart icon, shopping cart icon. Wait, shopping cart icon, material shopping cart. Awesome. So I believe the problem's this material UI icons for badge. It should just be /material /badge. Yeah. So let's go ahead and save that. Let's close out of it and let's see if that makes any difference. There we go. So now if we refresh it, we should be good. So just that simple thing caused that much. So npm run dev. So we shouldn't get an error anymore. So let's go ahead and refresh. And we're all good. There we go. So we're all set. So we're pretty much done with nav. So we can go ahead and close out of nav. Now we can just work with our hamburger nav. So within hamburger nav, we're going to pass in that the data we passed in as props. So we're going to say user as well as is user authenticated. Awesome. So we have this now, and what we want to do is we're going to say, let's come to like 5, and then we're going to say const open set open, and this is going to be use state. Awesome. And we're going to pass in false as default, and we're going to say const menu ref is equal to use ref null. And now we want to use saved items from the context we created. So we're going to say const saved items is equal to use context, and this is going to be saved items context. Cool. And now we want to create some logic to open and close our hamburger menu. So we're going to say const handle open is equal to, it's going to be an arrow function, and we're going to say set open to true. We're going to say const handle close is equal to, and this is going to be set close to, okay, this should be set open actually to false. So let's take this part out. Cool. Now we're going to say use effect. So let's come down here, use effect. And this is going to be const handle click outside. And it's going to be an arrow function. And this is going to be if menu ref dot current and menu ref dot current does not contain, so dot contains, this is going to be event dot target. I'm going to explain this in a second. We're going to state set open to false. Cool. And now we can state document dot add event listener, and this is going to be mouse down. This is going to be handle click outside. Return here is going to be arrow function, and we're going to say documents dot remove event listener, mouse down, handle click outside. So what this is doing is, oh, let's not forget to use empty dependency array here. Awesome. So cool. Okay, so what's the problem? Saved items context. What's the problem? It's not defined. Oh. Saved items. There we go. Awesome. So let's see. We still have an error. Nope. So what this whole thing is doing is for handle open and close, that's pretty self-explanatory. That's just how we open and close our handle nav. But for the use effect as well as the add event listener, what we're doing is now that this hamburger menu is open, if we click outside of it, so let's click over here, as you see it closes. So we don't necessarily have to always click this X button. We can just click outside of the nav to select something, or just click away from it and it closes. So that's what that's doing. So it's just a cool, logic to use. So now we want to extract our user information. So we're going to say const, and this is going to be ID. So we want the ID, we want the picture, we want the given name, and all this is going to come from user. Else it's going to be an empty object. And here we're going to state the same. We're going to state the same logic we used within cart badge, which is const get total quantity, and this was how we extracted. This is how we calculated the total quantity of the items in the cart. So here we're going to state return saved items dot reduce, and we're going to say total item, and this is going to be total plus item dot quantity 0. So that should look familiar. And now we can go ahead and start our return logic. So within our return, we want to keep this fragment here, and then we want to create another div. So we want to create a div actually, and this is going to be pattern 3 cursor pointer. Awesome. And now we want to have menu icon. So menu icon, and it should be material UI, but of course it's not there. So we're going to say menu icon. We're just going to import that ourselves, I guess. So let's import menu icon from at material MUI/material/menu. So actually, I'm just going to import what actually I'm just going to type it out. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. So it should be MUI/icons material material, and this should be /menu. So let's bring this down one. Now we're going to have close icon. And here we're just going to change menu to close. And then we have badge. So import badge material MUI/material, and this should be /badge. So /badge. Awesome. And then we're going to have that shopping cart icon again. Shopping cart icon from at MUI/icons/material /shopping cart. All right, so for menu icon, we're gonna state. So for menu icon, we're gonna state on click, and this is gonna be handle open. So when we click the menu icon, it should open. So this should be open. Handle open, awesome. And then this should be class name, and this should be height of 8, width of 8. Hover should be text green 200. Cool. And now we want to create another div, and this class, well, this ref is going to be menu ref. Cool. And we have class name, and this class name is going to be fixed. Top is 0, right is 0, height is full, medium is width of 35%. We're going to have width full. We're going to have background is black. And transform is going to be open. So when we open the nav bar, we should have it translate on the x-axis at 0. Else we should have it translate at the x-axis at full. Cool. So now we want to say transition is going to be transform. We have duration is going to be 300, ease in out, and we should have z index should be 40. Cool. And now we can close that. So within this, we're going to have another div again. So div class name, it's going to be flex. It's going to be items center. It's going to be justify end. We're going to have pattern of 5 and font of bold. And now we're going to have we're going to have close icon. And here we're going to state class name. So it's pretty much the same class name. So class name is going to be height of 8, width of 8, cursor of pointer. We're going to have hover is text destructive. Cool. And we're going to have an unclick. And the unclick here is going to be handle close. Awesome. So now we're going to create another div. And the class name here is going to be width full. Height is going to be 50%. We're going to have flex, justify center. We're going to have items center. And then within this div, we're going to have an unordered list. So unordered class name is going to be text white. We're going to have flex column. We're going to have justify center. And this is going to be items center. So now we want to write some logic in. So we're going to say if the user is not authenticated, so is authenticated, is user authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated, then we're going to state, so let's give it a fragment here. We're going to state, let's give it an else here so we don't forget. Cool. So we're going to state after the fragment list item class name is going to be pattern of 5, and that's it. And within the list item, we want a login link. So login link. So we're going to import that, and that's going to be on click, and this should be handle close. And then we're going to have a h3 class name. Cool. And this is going to be transform, transition, duration is 300. We're going to have hover is text foreground. And here we're going to have login. Cool. And we're going to pretty much have the same thing again, except it's going to be for register. So here we're going to have register link. And let's make sure we import it here. So it should be register. Cool. Register link, and this should be register. So all this on click means is, so on click, handle close, handle close. What this means is when we click on login and when we click on login or register, we want the Hamburger nav to close. So we don't want to click login and the Hamburger nav is still there and we have to click the X to exit out of it. So once we click a link, we want the Hamburger nav to automatically close. So that's all that's stating. So that's it, I believe. Foreground. Yep, that's it. So now after register link, what you want to do is you want to write the else. So here we're going to have a fragment, and then we're going to say list item class name. This is going to be relative, pattern of 5. So pattern of 5, this is going to be text 2XL. So 2XL, we're going to have capitalize, and we're going to have flex column, items center. Awesome. So now within this list item, we're able to now paste in whatever we need to. We're able to place whatever item we need to paste in. So this part is saying if you are logged in, this is what you want to see. So it's kind of a lot to type out. So I'm just going to copy and paste and go over it. All right, so in the else here, we have the fragment, we have list item, class name, relative, P5, text 2XL, capitalize, flex column, item center. And we close the list item off here. And then we have image. So if what this is saying is if we do have a user that's logged in, is authenticated, we want the image to have the key as ID. We want the source, which is the picture. We want the height. We want the width. And we want the, for alt, we want the given name's profile picture. For class name, we want rounded, full, border 2. And then we close out image here. And then height 2, we want a class name about margin top of 4. Transform, transition, duration 300. And then we want high and given name. And then we can close off the H2 tag and close off that list item. And here we want list item to be relative P5. And here we want the link to be cart. We want on click to be handle closed. And don't worry about cart right now. We haven't created it yet. So here we want to display the total quantity in the badge. So the badge content is going to be get total quantity. So we've done this already before. This color is going to be secondary. We want the shopping cart icon. And this is the CSS for it. We want the badge. We want the link. We want the list item. So for shopping cart icon, we want class name to be dark, text white. Wait, so for shopping cart icon, we want class name to be dark, text white, meaning when we're on dark theme, we want the text to be white. We want text to be 5e min. When we hover on it, we want it to be text green for 100. And when we hover on it, we want the text to be foreground. And text foreground simply just states, text foreground alludes to the CSS variables we imported when we installed Shadcn UI. So we have text foreground and we close it off right here. So we have the badge, so it's within the badge. We have the end to our link here. We have the end to the list item. And then lastly, we want the logout. So we're going to have list item class name of pattern 5. So this is also pattern 5, but remember this is relative pattern 5 for the one above the shopping cart icon. And then for list item down here is just pattern 5. Logout link is going to be on click, handle close. We have button variant is destructive. H3 class name is going to be dark, text white, and this is logout. And then we have button here and logout here. So H3 class name, dark theme, we have text white, logout, and we're just going to close off the H3 tag here. And that's practically it. So we close off list item here, we end the fragment here, and that's it. So it ends right here. So what we want to do now is make sure our logout link is also imported. So let's say logout link. Awesome. Button here should be imported. So button should be from, okay, button should be from UI button. So let's save that. And that's it. So everything else is pretty much already imported. So it ends here and we're all set. So we can just go ahead and close out of that. And now if we look at our hamburger nav, so let's come over here and we open it up. As you can see, it tells us to log in or register. So we can do one or the other. So right now, let's actually just log in. All right, so we're logged in and it says we have an error here because link is not defined, which is fine. So let's go over to, where is it? Oh, let's come over back here to Hamburger Nav and we can just automatically install that. So we're just going to say import link. Awesome. So we have that imported, so we should be all set. So yep, that's it. So let's go ahead and close out of that. And then where is it? Let's come back here. And then now it says fail to construct image. So let's come back in here. Let's see. Let's come back to Hamburger Nav. And all we have to do is, we can just do it here. So for image, we're just going to use next image and we're going to save that. And that should be it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And close. So now if we come back over here, oh my God. So what now? So element type is invalid, expected a string, blah, blah, define hamburger nav. Did I call it something else? So let's go into hamburger nav. Export default function hamburger nav. So let's do this. So what's the problem here? Error, built-in, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's close this out. So, oh, okay. So this is the problem. So attempted import badge is not exported from MUI. Imported as badge. It's always the badge. So let's see. Let's just come into cart badge and we're going to take this badge, copy it. We're going to go back into, let's close out of this. We're going to come back into hamburger nav, badge. So that parentheses shouldn't have been there is basically what it's trying to tell us. So let's close out of this. All right, that's pretty much it. So we go ahead and just close out of that. And let's see. Yep, there we go. So we're fully, it's working now. So as you can see, everything works well here. Let's go ahead and close out of this. So I think let's come over here to Next.js config. So one thing, you guys might be getting an error here, an error in your application, and it's going to tell you that it can't find some kind of link. So that's because with Next.js, you have to basically configure it to allow certain images to appear from certain and from different endpoints. So just go ahead and copy and paste this. Well, not copy and paste. Just pause the screen and write this down. So this is going to be within your next.config.mjs file. So all you're doing is for this export. So for this export default next config and semicolon, all you're doing is typing this in. So it's going to allow images from Sanity.io as well as gravatar.com, and gravatar.com I believe is where Kinde Auth's like picture comes from and things like that. So that's pretty much it. It should be only like 21 lines if you use Prettier, and that's it. So just make sure at the end, like how I have in line 21, where I say export default next config semicolon, just make sure you have that at the very end, unless it's not going to export. So that's pretty much it. So we can go ahead and just close out of this. So that is why my image doesn't have an error here. So I don't actually have an image within my user profile. So it's just a black, it's just black. So it's just a black background, I guess. But if you don't have that, it's going to show you like an alt text instead. So with all that, now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create our banner. So our banner is going to look like this. We're going to be using a lot of headless, a lot of Sanity.io's headless CMS, Grok query method to Grok query language to render our data. So let's go ahead and start that. So let's come back here. Let's come in here, and what we want to do is we're going to state, let's open up our, there we go. So what we want to do is we're going to come into components. We're going to open up a new file, and here we're going to call it banner.jsx, and we're going to call another one. It's going to be banner carousel.jsx. Awesome. So what we want to do now is we want to come back to banner here. Let's close this. And within banner, we're going to say const get banner data is equal to async. And this is going to be an arrow function. We're going to say const query is equal to, and here we're going to be using the Grok language from Sanity.io in order to query the database. So we're going to say let's use we're going to use asterisk here, and then we're going to use an array, and within our array we're going to say underscore type is equal to two equal signs, and this is going to be banner. And then we're going to state, so let's bring this down, and then we're going to state ID, so underscore ID, and this is going to be the unique ID of the banner. So this is important when you want to do the add to cart logic. So here we're going to have title, and then we're going to have author, and then we're going to have current slug, and this is going to be slug.current. Awesome. And we're going to say image, and then we're going to say issues, then we're going to say description. Cool. And let's do this. So that did nothing. Awesome. And let's bring this up. Cool. Now we can go ahead and state const data is equal to await client. So make sure we import this client. So client from Sanity, and then we're going to say dot fetch, and we're fetching the query. There we go. And now we want to make sure we return our data. So now we want to export this data. So we're going to say export default async function, and we're going to call this hero data. Awesome. And we're going to fetch the user authentication status here. So we're going to say const is user is authenticated is equal to, and this is going to be get Kinde server session. And we're going to state, okay, so we're just going to put that semicolon there. And here we're going to say const is user authenticated. So this should look familiar. This is our server session, and we're just getting our user information. So this is going to be await is Kinde, is authenticated. Awesome. So let's come up here and let's make sure this doesn't have the disk types as well. Cool. And for client here, let's make sure it's import, not const. So import client. Awesome. Actually, it should have that. So import client. And we're going to have from. So let's take out this equals. And this is how it should be. Awesome. So once we have that, now we want to get our data. So we want to come down here, and on line 28, we want to say const data is equal to await get banner data. Awesome. So that's data. And here we want to return. Awesome. And here we're going to have div class name. And this is going to be width full. Height is going to be 100 view height for a small screen. Height is going to be 110 view height. Then we're going to have medium is going to be height 92 view height. Then we're going to have pattern top of 8 view height. Then we're going to have dark. So when the theme is dark, we're going to have a background of black. And we're going to have background gray of 200. We're going to have flex, and this is going to be items center. We're going to have overflow hidden. So let's wrap this. And this is going to be, actually, that's pretty much it. So overflow hidden should be the last thing. And then, awesome. And now we're going to have div here. Class name is going to be container. We're going to have margin X of auto. We're going to have pattern X of 4, height of full. We're going to have flex column, justify center. And for div, we're going to have banner carousel. So let's do this export really quickly. Export default banner carousel. So we forgot function. And here we're going to say return. Awesome. And for banner, now we can go ahead and import banner carousel. So here, this should be div, and that's it. So now we can use prettier. Awesome. And bring this up one. Cool. And for banner carousel, we want to pass in data. And we want to say is user authenticated is going to be is user authenticated. And just like that, we're all done. So we can go ahead and just close out of this. So within banner carousel, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in that data and is user authenticated. And we're going to state, going to use our state variables here. We're going to say const embla ref. And remember, I told you embla is what we're going to be using for our banner, for our carousel. So we're going to say embla ref, and we're going to say embla API. and we're going to say is equal to use embla carousel. So we're going to say loop is going to be true. So we want to initialize embla with the loop enabled. And then we're going to state, so this should import. Okay, yeah, it did import. So we're going to state const selected selected index and set selected index, and this should be is equal to use state 0. So what this is doing is we are tracking the currently selected slide with this state variable. And then we're going to say const dots, and this should be set dots is equal to use state, and this should be an empty array. And what this is doing is the array to store the dot indicators. So that's what we're using that for. And then down here we want to state, const saved items and toggle save item. And we're getting this from the use context. So use context, and this should be saved items context. Cool. And now we want to use a timer reference. So we're going to say const timer, timer ref is going to be equal to use ref, and this is null. And here we're storing the timer ID. So now we want to write a function to start the automatic slide-in timer. So we're going to be using it every 6 seconds. So it's going to be sliding every 6 seconds. So we're going to say const start timer is equal to, it's going to be an arrow function, and we're going to clear any existing timer to prevent like multiple timers running at the same time. So we're going to say if there's already a timer running, so if there's a timer ref.current, then we want to clear interval of timer ref.current. So that way we don't have a clash. So now we want to set up a new timer. So we're going to say timer ref.current, and this is going to equal set interval, and this is going to be an arrow function, and we're going to say if embla API, then we want to say embla API dot scroll, so scroll to the next, scroll next function. So, and this is going to scroll to the next slide, and we're going to give it a timer of 6,000. So that's 6,000 milliseconds, which is just 6 seconds. So that's it. And now we want to say stop the automatic slide-in timer. So now we want to create a function to stop the automatic timing slimer. That didn't even make sense. So now we want to create a function to stop the automatic slide-in timer. So what it does, it's just going to clear the interval using the stored timer ID. So we're going to say const stop timer. It's going to be an arrow function, and it's going to be if timer ref.current. Then we're going to say clear interval, and it's going to be timer ref.current. So we're going to clear the timer, and then we're going to say timer ref.current is equal to null. So we're resetting the timer. Awesome. So now we want to enable carousel event handling. So we're going to say use effect, and this is going to be if embla API return. So here, if embla API is not ready, then exit, and then we're going to state const on select, there we go, on select. So when a slide is selected, set selected index to Embla API dot selected scroll snap. And that's a function. Cool. Now we want to set up the dots based on the number of slides. So we're going to say set dots array from length is going to be Embla API dot slide nodes, and that's a function, dot length. Cool. So if you read through the Embla documentation, a lot of this is already pre-rendered. You just copying and pasting for the most part and like fitting it into your own application. So here it's going to be Embla API dot on, and here we're going to say select, and this is going to be on select. So here we're saying we're adding a select event listener to update the selected index, and then we're going to go ahead and start the automatic timer. So we're going to say start timer. Start timer. Did I say start timer? Start timer. There we go. And then we're going to say start timer. Cool. And now we want to clean up the function to remove event listeners and clear the timer. So we're going to say return. And here we're going to say Embla API dot off select on select. Cool. So here we're removing the select event listener. We're going to put stop timer. Cool. Awesome. And once we do that, now our dependency is going to be based on the Embla API. Cool. So now we have our carousel created. So, well, we have the logic created. So what we want to say is div and div. And here we're going to say div class name is going to be relative. We're going to say width is full, height is screen. We're going to say flex items is center, justify center. Cool. Now we want to state when a mouse is on the carousel area, we want to stop the timer. So we're going to say on mouse enter. So let's go back in here. On mouse enter. So when the mouse is within that space within the carousel area, we want to stop the timer. Cool. And we want to say on mouse leave, we want to start the timer. Cool. And that's practically it. So now we can build out the carousel. So we're going to say div class name is going to be overflow hidden with full. We're going to say ref is going to be Embla ref. Cool. And within this div, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to be flex. So class name flex. And within it, we're going to have data. So we're going to take that data and map through it. It's going to be comic. And here we're going to say check to see if the item is saved within our local storage. So we're going to say const is saved equal to saved items dot sum item, and we're going to state no, not capital I, just item. Okay, let's make sure we didn't, yeah, let's not import that. So this should be just item, and with item we're going to state item. So we've already done this before. So item dot underscore ID is equal to comic dot underscore ID. Cool. Awesome. So after doing that, now we can have return, and our return is going to be div, and here we're going to say key is going to be comic dot underscore ID. Class name here is going to be flex, and we're going to say 0, 0, 100%. So grow, shrink, and basis. There we go. And it's going to be flex column, and it's going to be medium flex row. Items is going to be center, and justify is going to be center. Gap is going to be 4. Medium gap is going to be 6. Large gap is going to be 8. And height is going to be full. Cool. So within our div now, we're going to have the image section. So we're going to say div, class name, and it's going to be width full. We're going to have medium 5 by 12, medium width 5 by 12, flex, justify center, and div. Cool. And we're going to say image. So let's import image from Next.image. And we're going to say source. And because this is going to be from Sanity.io, we're going to say URL for, and this is going to be comic.image, and this is going to be .url, and that's that. Awesome. And now we're going to have alt, and this is going to be comic.current slug. Then we're going to have width of 200. We're going to have height of 300. And we're going to have class name here of rounded large, shadow medium, object is going to be cover, and it's going to be max width full. We're going to have small width is going to be 250 pixels. We're going to have small height is going to be 375 pixels, so 375 pixels. Medium is going to be width 300 pixels. We're going to have medium height is going to be 450 pixels. We're going to have large width is going to be 280 pixels, and large height of 420 pixels. And then we want to say priority, not property. Priority is going to be true. Cool. And then we can close out of it. Awesome. And then let's use prettier here. Awesome. Cool. So now after this div, we're going to create the text section. So here we're going to say div, class name, width here is going to be full, medium width of 6 by 12, and it's going to be text center. We're going to have medium text left. Did we close it? Awesome. Now we're going to have H1, class name is going to be text large, small is going to be text XL. We're going to have medium text 3XL. We're going to have large, which is text 2.5 XL. And then we're going to have font is bold. We're going to have text is gray 900. So for a dark theme, we're going to have text gray 100 and margin bottom of 2. We're going to have margin medium is going to have margin bottom of 4. Cool. And now we can have comic.title. Cool. And after that, now we want to have our paragraph. And for our paragraph, we're going to have class name, and it's going to be text extra small. It's going to be small, text small, medium, text large. We're going to have large, text base, and we're going to have text gray 700. And on a dark screen, we're going to have text gray 300. We're going to have medium margin bottom of 2. And then we're going to have a span, class name, font, semi-bold. We're going to have the author, and we're going to have comic.author. So just remember to keep a space here. Awesome. And then that's pretty much it. And now we can have another p tag. And for this p tag, we're going to have class name. This is going to be text small, well, text extra small. Small is going to be text small. Medium is going to be text base. Large is going to be text small. We're going to have text gray of 600. We're going to have dark text gray of 400. Margin bottom of 4. And here we're going to have comic.description. So comic.description. And let's do this. Awesome. Now, after this p tag, we want to add the button, the add remove button for our local storage / cart. So we're going to say if the user is logged in, so if user is authenticated, then, so let's do this, else. Cool. So if the user is authenticated, then we want to say button. So let's come down here. This is going to be button. Awesome. So button. Cool. And on click here, we're going to have a function that's going to be toggle save item, and this is going to be comic. Cool. The class name is going to be backtick here. Class name is going to be pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. We're going to have text is going to be small. We're going to have rounded is full. And then we're going to have, if it's saved, then we want a background gradient from to the right, so from left to right, from red 500 to red 700. And we're going to say text is going to be white. Cool. Else, we're going to have background gradient. So let's see, let's close this out. Cool. So we're going to have background gradient to right, and this is going to be from blue 500 to green 500, text white. Cool. And that's practically it. So let's see, did we do anything wrong here? So we have, is user authenticated? Yeah, we did. So awesome. So we have this, And now we're gonna have is saved. So right after this, right before the button, we're gonna have if it's saved. Then we want it to state remove from cart, else add to cart. Awesome. And then if we're not authenticated, we want those buttons to simply take us to the login and register. So we're going to go login link, and that should be login link. And we're going to state button class name. And this is going to be pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. We're going to say text is small, rounded is full, background gradient is going to be to the right from blue, and this is going to be 500 to green, to green 500. Text is going to be white, and this is going to state add to cart. So add to cart. Awesome. There we go. So after we do that, now we want to create our dot navigation. So we want to come down here, and right before the last div, we're going to create the dot navigation. So we're going to have a div class name here, and this is going to be absolute. We're going to have bottom 4, left is going to be half, transform, translate minus translate, x half, flex gap 2, and then we're going to say dots dot map index arrow, and we're going to say button key here is going to be index, class name is going to be width 3, height of 3, rounded full. We're going to have index is equal to selected index. So if we have selected index, we want the background to be blue, 600. Else, we want the background gray to be 400. Cool. Hover is going to be background gray 500. Cool. And then we want on click, and this should be a function, and this should be Embla API and Embla API dot scroll to, and this should be index. So let's do that again. So now we're gonna have on click, and this is gonna be so now we're gonna have on click, and this is gonna be a function arrow, and this should say Embla API, so Embla API and Embla API dot scroll to, so scroll to index. Cool. And then we want to state area label, and this is going to be go to slide, and this is going to be index +1. Cool. And that's it. So we're just going to leave it as button like that, and then this is going to be it. So area label is go to slide and then index +1, and then we close out the bracket, and it's just going to be button, close button, and that's pretty much it. So let's close this out, and that's it. So let's take this away, and let's go ahead and save that. So that's pretty much it. We're just going to close out of that, and then when we come over here, let's see if we get what we need. So nothing shows. That's not good. So let's see. Why is nothing showing? Okay, let's do this. Clear npm run dev. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this. All right, let's see. Seems like we get nothing. So let's go back. Let's see. Okay, compiled. Inspect. Console. Oh, I know why. So let's close out of this. It's because we did not. So within page.js, we're supposed to come in here. So let's take out div. Let's take out div. And here we're just going to put in a banner. So not banner carousel, just banner. Why can't we export banner? Strange. So banner. Oh, this should be banner, not hero data. Cool. So now let's try that again. So banner. Okay, let's save that. Let's go back. There we go. So make sure that's banner. So make sure this is banner, not hero data. And then if we come over here, let's refresh it. We good? Okay, what's the error? So sanity client dist. Well, we shouldn't have dist. So let's go back to banner. Oh, so here, let's see if that works. Okay, now we have use state. So let's go to banner data, and then we got to import use state. I mean banner carousel, and let's go ahead and import use state. Okay, let's save that. Use ref. What else? And that seems to be it. So let's do this. So let's use prettier. Cool. Let's come down here. Let's take away that extra code line and save. And then we can go ahead and just close out of that. And now if we come to Chrome, there we go. So as you can see, now we have this. So no, we made a mistake in our, so let's close out of this. So we made an error with our, let's close out of this as well, within our carousel. So one thing we also need to do, so just in case, so for the dots, let's put some optional chain in here. So let's put that in there. And then for our map as well, let's put this in there. And then let's close out of this. And then let's look at our, so we have image here. So let's do this. There we go. I think this is where we messed up, because that's the only place I can see a gradient. So let's see, where's our gradient? So it's saved. So our gradient, how do we do it? So we have is saved. We have background gradient to right, from red. Okay, there we go. From red to red. So this should also have a hyphen. Text white, background gradient right. From blue 500 to green should also have this. And then text white. Cool. And then let's see our login. From blue to green, text white. Okay, that looks like it's pretty set. Awesome. So let's go ahead and use prettier here. Save that. Now we can backspace. Awesome. Now we can save that. Awesome. So he ends there. Cool. And now we can go ahead and close out of it. So now if we come back here, there we go. That looks a lot better. So we just created our banner. So when we go dark, there we go. So let's take our mouse off of that. So let's wait 5 seconds. Does it rotate? Does it spin? There we go. So just like that, we're done. It does that completely fine. So now if we put our if we do this, as you can see, it does not spin anymore. So just like that, we're done with our banner. We just have to do our featured products and our featured products, the store products, and the cart. So let's actually jump to cart first, because now we can actually add some in the cart, and then we'll do the rest of them later. So let's do cart really quickly. All right, guys, so before we head over to our cart, what we want to do is let's quickly come back to nav here. One thing I failed to do earlier was here where it says cart badge. So we have mode toggle cart badge and Hamburger Nav. So you just want to make sure you have cart badge within is user authenticated. Then is user authenticated? If so, have the cart badge, else none. So within brackets, you want to have is user authenticated. If so, have the cart badge, else none. So that way, if you're not logged in, you can't see how many items are within the cart. If you are logged in, you can see how many items are within the cart. So this should be within nav.jsx. And that's, that's it. So let's take out this extra line of code here. And that's it. So let's go ahead and just close this out. So what we want to do is we want to come over to app, and we want to create a new folder. And this is going to be our cart page. So we're going to say this is going to be cart. And we're just going to call it, so the file is going to be called page.js. So this is the cart page. And within this, we're going to state export default async function. And this is going to be cart. Return. Awesome. So now within components, we're going to create a new file. And here we're going to say, call this cart data.jsx. Now we're going to say export default function. And this is going to be cart data and return. Cool. So this is going to be use effect as well. So this is going to say use client. Sorry, this is going to be use client. We're going to save that. So now within page.js, we're just going to import that component in here. So cart data, and we're going to save it. So let's go ahead and close out of page.js. That's all we need that for. And then we can start working on our cart data. So I'm just going to let you know that this is going to be a very, very long block of code. So let's go ahead and start out. So here, what we want to do first is we're going to state const, and this is going to be saved items. And we're also going to bring in update item quantity, as well as remove item. And all this we're going to get from use context. And we're going to have saved items context in here. And then we're going to say const cart items. and this is going to be set cart items, and this is going to be equal to use state, and this is going to be empty array. We're also going to say const total items, and this is going to be set total items is equal to use state, and this is going to be 0. We're going to say const loading, and set loading is equal to use state true. We're also going to say const items per page. So this is going to be for our pagination. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and say const current page is going to be set current page, and this is going to equal use state true. Now we're going to say const items per page. So how many items do we want showing per page? We're going to say this is 6. And now we want to write our function for, we want to write the state variables for search and filter. So we're going to say const filter is going to be set filter equal to use state. And then we're going to say const sort option is going to be set sort option equal to use state, and this is going to be empty string, and we're going to say const selected categories is going to be set selected categories, and this is going to be use state, and this is going to be an empty array. Now we want to use theme from Material UI, so we're going to say const theme is equal to use theme. Is it next themes? I'm pretty sure it's Material UI. There we go. From Material UI. Awesome. And now we want to write down. We want to write out a helper function to help capitalize strings. So we're going to say const capitalize, and we're going to take in. It's going to be an arrow function. We're going to take in a string. And we're going to say if there is no string, return unknown, else we're going to say return string dot character at 0 dot to uppercase, and this is going to be plus string dot slice 1. So this is just to capitalize. So it's a helper function just to help capitalize the strings we get back from our CMS. So the first thing we want to do is we want to be able to load our saved items from our context and fetch the documents that correspond with the saved items. So if you save the ID for something, now you want to fetch the products that go with that ID, the products and everything else that goes with it. So we're going to say use effect. And here we're going to state async function is fetch cart items. And here we're going to say try catch. And within try, we're going to say const saved IDs is equal to saved items dot map. And this is going to be item. And this is going to be item dot underscore ID. Cool. We're going to say if we don't have any saved items, so save ID dot IDs dot length. So if there's no saved ID dot length, then we want to set cart items to an empty array. We want to set total items to 0. We want to set loading to false. And we want to return. Cool. Now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and fetch the corresponding documents from Sanity. So we're going to say const query, and here we're going to format it in this manner. We're going to state asterisk here, array. We're going to say type in. So we're looking for the type within our store products. and our banner and our featured products. Cool. So what this is saying is now we're going to take the ID we have from saved items, we're going to take the ID we get from our local storage. And when we take that ID, we're going to we're going to plug it into the ID field for store products, banners, and featured products, which are what we have saved as our documents within Sanity.io. And we want to get the corresponding data for those IDs. And now we're going to say and underscore ID in IDs and defined category. And category does not equal empty string. So what this is saying is we also want to make sure we get the data from the schemas that have the field category within it. So if the category is an empty string, it's not going to bring back any data. So if you forget to put the category field within your schema and select it, like you don't select the category for your comics, for example, it's not going to bring back any data, even though you have it saved within your application. It's not going to render it within the cart. So now we're just going to render the ID. We want the title. We want the category. We want the current slug and the slug.current, which is the slug.current. We also want the image as well as the description, as well as the price and inventory. Awesome. So this should look pretty familiar. And then we're just going to put this over here. Awesome. Now we're going to say const docs is equal to await client. So let's make sure we import this client. So clients.fetch, and we're going to fetch the query, and IDs is going to be saved IDs. Cool. Now we're going to say, actually, that's it. So now we want to be able to merge the fetch documents with the total amount of quantities from the saved items. So we're going to come down here and say const merge items is equal to docs.map doc. And we're going to say const saved item is equal to saved items dot find item dot underscore ID doc dot underscore ID. Return. Here we're going to say doc. We're going to say quantity saved item dot quantity, else it's 1. So when we return the quantity, we want to make sure that if we don't have a specific quantity selected within our cart, so if let's say we don't increase it to we don't incrementally increase the item within. So what this is saying is, let's say, for example, we don't increase the item within our cart, the quantity of the item within our cart incrementally. Let's say we just leave it as 1. The saved items.quantity did not change, so we're just going to keep it as 1. So if the saved item quantity changed, then we're going to pick that new quantity. If not, we're going to leave it as 1. That's what this is stating. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set cart items to merged items, and we're going to calculate the total amount of items. So we're going to say, let's come down 1. Const total quantity is equal to merged items dot reduce, and we're going to take in the sum and the item, and we're going to say sum plus item dot quantity. Cool. And then we're going to have 0. We also want to set total items now to total quantity. So now we can come into error. So let's bring this up. And for our error handling, we're going to say console.error. And this is going to be error fetching cart items. And this is going to be error. We're going to state set cart items to an empty array. We're going to say set total items to 0. We're going to say set total. Actually, we just did that. So we're going to say finally, we're going to set loading to false. Cool. Now, lastly, we want to be able to call our function. So we're going to say fetch cart items, and we're going to state it's going to be dependent on saved items. Now we want to be able to handle increment and decremented quantities. So we're going to say const handle quantity change. And here we're going to take in a product ID as well as the increment. And we're going to say update the quantity in the context. So we're going to say update item quantity, and we're going to pass in product ID as well as the increment. Now we're going to set current page to 1. This means reset to the first page every time we have a quantity change. So we can go ahead now and state the logic for how to. So we can now go ahead and state the logic for how to remove an item. So it's going to be const handle remove item, and this is going to be product ID, and we're going to state remove item, and this is going to be product ID, and here we're going to set current page to 1 as well. And now we want to define that category toggle. So when we toggle through the categories, so let me show you an example here. So let's use this one. So here, when we toggle through this category, this is the logic we're trying to create within our cart. So this is what we're trying to do. And now what we're going to state is const handle category toggle. And here we're going to pass in the category. Now, let's make sure that's lowercase. And let's take out this category icon here. Cool. So we're going to pass in category, and we're going to state if selected categories dot includes, and we're going to pass in that category again. We're going to state set selected categories. We're going to write in selected categories dot filter, and we're going to pass in cats as in categories. And here we're going to say category does not equal category. Awesome. Cool. Now we're going to state else. And else is going to be set selected categories. And we're going to destructure it here and say selected categories category. Now we want to be able to set current page to 1. Awesome. Cool. So now we want to calculate the total cost. So the total cost within the cart. So we're going to say const calculate total. Yep, calculate total. It's going to be an arrow function great. So now we're going to say return cart items dot reduce, and here we're going to pass in sum and item. We're going to say sum plus item dot price, else it's 0, plus multiplied by item dot quantity, and then comma 0. So this is pretty much how you calculate the total. It's just math. So you're taking a sum plus the item price, and if there's no item price, it's going to be 0. So, and then you multiply by the quantity. So if there's no item price, it's going to be 0. 0 times anything is 0. So let's say an item costs $2. So 2 plus the sum times the item quantity gives you the total cost. So that's pretty much the math. So the sum plus the item price. So if it's $2, sum plus $2 multiplied by item quantity gives you the total of everything within that cart. So after we do that, now we want to set up our filtering and sorting logic. So let's come down here, and we're going to say const get filtered data data. There we go. Let's make it a arrow function again. So get filtered data, and we're going to say let filtered data equal cart items. And now we want to create our category filters. So we're going to say if selected categories dot length is greater than 0, so meaning we actually have items, then we want filtered data to be filtered data dot filter. We're passing the item, and it's going to be selected categories dot includes, and this is going to be item dot category. That's pretty much it. So now we want to create one for the search filter. So it should actually be within this. So we're going to say if we do have a filter, so if there's a filter, then we want the lowercase filter, so const lowercase filter to be filter dot to lowercase. So we're going to lowercase. Awesome. We want everything to be in lowercase, so that way it's easier to search and filter. So now we're going to say filter data is equal to filter data dot filter, and we're going to take in item, and we're going to say item dot title, and item dot title dot to lowercase is going to include lowercase filter, else. So let's see, filter data is equal to filter data dot filter. We're going to pass an item. It's going to be item dot, okay, let's do it. This is in here. Cool. So now we're going to say else. It's going to be item dot category. So item dot category and item dot category dot lowercase dot to lowercase, and this is going to be dot includes lowercase filter. Cool. Now we want to create our sorting logic. So we're going to state switch sort option, and we're going to have the first case, which is name. So if we want to sort by name, we're going to state filtered data dot sort. We're going to pass in A and B, and here we're just going to have A dot title and dot locale compare, and we're going to take in B dot title. Then we're going to break out of that. Now we can have another case, which is going to be price low high. And here we're going to have filtered data dot sort, and it's going to take in A and B as well. But here it's going to be A dot price to B dot price. Now we can go ahead and break. And then the third case is going to be case price high low. And here we're going to say filter data dot sort. We're going to take in A and B again. And here we're going to say B dot price minus A dot price. And we're going to say break. And here we want the last case to be default. And default is going to be, we could just leave it as empty because it's not going to be sorted. So default's just going to be empty. Now we want to return filtered data. Cool. So in order to filter, we're going to state const filtered data is equal to use memo. And we're going to have get filtered data, and we're going to say, wait, hold up. Why do we have const filtered data is equal to use memo, and we're going to take in, so we're going to say get filtered data, and we're going to be taking in, we're going to be using cart items, filter, sort option, selected categories. Let's see. Oh, that's why. Because we should have closed this out here. There we go. So let's do this. Awesome. So that makes it easier to read. Cool. Now we're going to say, let's come down here now and say const filtered data is equal to use memo. And now we can state get filtered data and pass in that cart items, filter, sort option. We're going to say selected categories, and there we have it. So now we want to create our pagination logic, and we're going to say const paginated items is equal to filtered data dot slice, and we're going to take in current page minus 1 and multiply it by items per page, and then current page, and it's going to be times items per page. So let's make sure we take away that. There we go. Awesome. So just like that, we've created our pagination. So what we want to do now is we're going to say, let's come down here, and we're going to state const handle pagination change. So anytime we change a page here, we're going to take in the event as well as the page, and we're going to say set current page to that of page, and we're going to say const search container, and this is going to be document dot get element by ID, and here it's going to be search container. Cool. And we're going to say if search container, then search container dot scroll into view behavior is going to be smooth. Awesome. So what this is saying is whenever we change pages for pagination, so whenever we change pages, we want to make sure that we have a smooth scroll to our to the top of our container. So for example, if you scroll to page 2 of something, you don't want the page to remain at the bottom of page 2 where the pagination is. You want it to scroll back into view. You want to scroll into the top of the you want to scroll to the top of the you want to scroll to the top of the container. So you want to scroll to the top of the container where the rest of the items are visible. So that's what we're stating here. So now we want to be able to create our load-in logic. So let's come over here and we're going to say if we have load-in, then we want to return div class name flex justify center items center and a height screen. And now we want to say circular progress from material UI. So circular progress from material UI, and the size here is going to be 60, and that's practically it. And we're going to say if we don't have cart items dot link, so if there's nothing within our cart we want to say return, and here we're going to say div and div, and we're going to say class name is going to be flex justify center items center and height of screen. And we're going to say p class name is going to be text large font semi-bold text gray of 700. And we're going to say your cart is empty. Cool. Awesome. So now we want to say if our cart isn't empty, we want to render the cart layout with the conditional search and filter. So we want to come down to return and great. So now we want to state div and div. Here we're going to have class name, and it's going to be width full, height full, dark is background of black, background gray of 200. And we're going to have another div here, class name. And the class name here is going to be container. So that's the container it's going to scroll back up to. And this is going to be margin X of auto, padding X of 4, padding Y of 8, padding top of 12, view height. Awesome. And now we want to create our header. So we're going to have H1. Class name here is going to be text 3XL. We're going to have font bold. We're going to have text center, text gray 800, dark. So in dark theme, we're going to have text white, and we're going to have margin bottom of 10. And within our header, we're going to have your cart. I'm going to save that. And after that, now we want to create our summary section. So let's come down one and have div. And we're going to have class name. And here it's going to be flex, justify between. We're going to have items center. Background is white. Dark. Background is gray. 800. Rounded. It's going to be large. Shadow and then we're going to have pattern 6, pattern of 6, and a margin bottom of 8. Awesome. So now we're going to have another div, and this div here is going to be, actually, just make it an empty div. So within this div, we're going to have a pattern, a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to be class name, text, XL, font, bold, text gray, 900. We're going to have dark, text white. So dark theme, we're going to have text white. And here we just want to say cart total is going to be calculate total, and it's going to be fixed to 2 decimal places. So to fixed 2. Great. Let's do this. Awesome. Now we can have another P tag. Class name is going to be text medium, text gray 700. We're going to have dark text gray 300, margin top of 1. And here we're going to say total items is going to be span class name, because we want it inline. So we're going to have font bold, and this is going to be total items. Cool. And now we can state, so we just need another div here. So within this div, we're going to state, actually, do we need another div? No, we don't. So let's take this div out. And then after this closed div here, we're going to have button. So we're going to say button, and it's going to be class name, background gradient to right from blue 500 to green 500. Text is going to be white. Pattern Y is going to be 2. Pattern X is going to be 4. Rounded is going to be large. We're going to have shadow. We're going to have hover from blue 600, hover to green 600, transition. And we're going to have proceed to checkout. And after this div here, we're going to have a conditional search and filter. So what we want to do is we want to only show, we only want to show the search, filter, and sort if the cart has more than 6 items. So if it doesn't have more than 6 items, we don't want to show it. So we're going to say cart items dot length. If it's greater than 6, then we want to show, so we're going to say div class name is going to be margin bottom of 6. Let's go ahead and close this div. And here we're going to say box. So I'm going to copy and paste this part in. So it's going to be box from Material UI, but I'm going to copy and paste it in to show you what's going on. So here within box, I'm just going to take this out and rewrite it. So I'm going to paste it in there. So that's box. So from box to box, so let's do this. As you can see, we have box here. And for box, the ID is going to be search container. So box is coming from Material UI. So the ID is going to be search container. For the styling, it's going to be display flex, justify content space between, margin bottom of 4. The flex direction is going to be on extra small. It's going to be column. On a small screen, it's going to be row. We're going to have, for search, we're going to have text field, full width. Label here is going to be search by title and category. For the value, we're going to have filter. On change, we're going to have set filter target.value, so it's taken in the event. And then for styling, we're going to have background color of background paper. We're going to have the border radius of 1. We're going to have margin bottom extra small. It's going to be 2. On a small, it's going to be 0. Margin right on a small is going to be 2. And now for our sort, we're going to say select value is sort option On change, we're going to take in an event. It's going to be set sort option e.target.value. We're going to say displays empty. And then our styling is going to be MUI select. Background color is going to be background.paper. Width is going to be extra small, 100%. Small is going to be auto. Border radius is going to be 1. So border radius is going to be 1. And then render value is going to be taken selected. And we're going to say if it's selected, then you want to pick selected, else you want to pick sort by. And what that's saying is when we come here, so let's go to cart here, you have all the sort options, name, low to high, as well as high to low. But if you click sort by, it kind of just does nothing. It's just there. So that's what that means. So that's what we're doing there. So let's come back here. And then now menu item. So for menu item, we're going to say value is if it's empty string, then we want sort by. If it's menu item value, then it's going to be name. Menu item value is going to be name, and the name is name. Menu item value, price low to high, is going to be price low to high. Menu item, the value is going to be price high low, meaning it's price high to low. And select and box. So that's it for that one. And after that, we're going to have another section with the category toggle button. So we're going to just paste that in there as well and then go over it because it's all from like Material UI. So you can just copy and paste from Material UI and then plug in your own logic in there. So after box here, we're going to create our category toggle button. So let's come down here and then I'm just going to paste it in and go over it as well. So right after that box, let's go ahead and just insert this and then save it. And then now let's come back up here. So after select box, here we have a new box here. And then here, what we're saying is box, the styling is going to be width 100%. Padding X is going to be 2. Margin bottom is going to be 4. For the div class name, we're going to have flex wrap, justify center, and gap of 2. And then we're going to have array.from new sets. So there's not going to be, so the new set just ensures there's no duplicate. The new set just ensures there's no duplicates. And then we're going to take in cart items and map through it. And then we're going to get the item.category. And we're going to filter that category and get the category and map through the category. So all the categories coming from our, from our headless CMS, because remember we gave it the category. So we're going to map through that category. And then here we're going to have button. So let's go ahead and put this in. So the button here is going to be UI button. So this is going to be for Shadcn. And then we're going to have key. And the key is going to be category. On click is going to be handle category toggle. And then we're going to pass in the category. The class name here is going to be capitalized, rounded full, pattern X of 4, pattern Y of 2, font bold, transition. And then we're going to say if we have a selected category that includes category, we want the background gradient to be from right to left, teal 400 to teal 600, text white. Else, we want to pick the dark mode. We want the dark mode from Material UI. And that's going to be background gradient to right from gray 700 to gray 900. And the text is going to be white. Else, we're going to have background gradient to the right from gray 200 to gray 300. And the text gray is going to be 700. So area pressed is going to be selected categories that includes category. And we're just going to capitalize category. So that's why we made that helper function to categorize category, to capitalize category. And so that's pretty much it. So after we do that, now we can go ahead and build out our cart items grid. So we want to come down here after box and come all the way down here. So we want to come over here and now we want to build it out. So we're actually going to be up here. So right after this, right after the parentheses and the bracket, then we're going to build out our cart items grid. So let's come down here, and here we're going to have div. And div class name here is going to be grid, grid column 1. And this is going to be for medium screens and up. It's going to be grid column 2. And then for large screens, it's going to be grid columns 3 and gap of 6. Awesome. So now we can go ahead and say paginated items.map. We're going to take in the item and we're going to say, so let's make sure this is an arrow. Awesome. So now we can say div. Let's go ahead and create the closing tag. Great. And for this div, we're going to say the key is going to be item._id. The class name is going to be border 2, border gray 300, dark border gray 700, rounded large, shadow is going to be medium. We also want background to be white. And we're going to say dark. On dark theme, the background is going to be gray 800. So let's wrap this. It's going to be gray 800. We're going to say flex. So let's wrap it. There we go. Flex is going to be flex column. And that's it. So now within this, we want to create our image section. So we're going to say div class name. Let's close this. Awesome. So within our class name, we're going to state border, we're going to say relative. And this is going to be with full height is going to be 200 pixels. We're going to say background is going to be gray of 200. And here we're going to say if we have an item.image, then we want to say image. So next image, and it's going to be source, and it's going to be URL 4 because we're getting it from Sanity, and we're going to take an item.image, and we're going to say .url, and that's it. And then we're going to say alt is going to be item.title, and we're going to say layout is going to be fill. We're going to give it object fit of contain. Class name is going to be P2. Great. So now after this div closed here, we want the section. So we want the text section. So here we're going to say div class name. And let's just close it out. So for this class name, we're going to say pattern of 4. We're going to say flex. Flex is going to be column. Flex is going to be grow. And within it, we're going to have typography. And we're going to say, so let's close out of it. And then here we're going to say the variant. So typography comes from Material UI. So here we're going to say it's heading of 6. We're going to have class name, and it's going to be text large, font semi-bold. The text is going to be gray 900. For dark mode, it's going to be text white, and we're going to truncate. Great. Now we're going to say item.title, and that's it. So next we're going to have typography again. And here the variant is going to be body 2. We're going to have class name here, and this is going to be text gray 700. We're going to have dark theme. The text gray is going to be 300. Margin top of 2. We're going to flex it, item center, and gap of 2. And we're going to call this quantity. Great. So after that, now we have the button. So we're going to say, actually, the button should be within the typography. So let's go ahead and say button. And within button, we're going to say on click. And here it's going to be the function handle quantity change. And we're going to pass in the item._id as well as false. So I guess we spelled quantity wrong. So handle quantity change. Handle quantity, quantity change. So let's see, quantity change. Awesome. So handle quantity change. And now we're going to have a class name. And the class name here is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1. It's going to be background gradient. So gradient to the right. It's going to be from teal. And this is going to be 400 to teal. And this is going to be 600. We're going to have text white. Font is going to be semi-bold. Rounded is going to be full. Transition is going to be transition. Then we're going to have disabled. Opacity is going to be 50. Opacity is going to be 50. So we're going to state when disabled, then item.quantity is less than quantity is less than or equal to 1. So basically, if you have the quantity equal 1, then it's going to be disabled because you can't go lower than 1. So here we're just going to put in the minus sign, so the decrement sign. And after that, so after our button, we're going to have a span class name, and this is going to be font semi-bold. And here we're going to put the word item dot quantity. So we're going to place in item quantity in there. So after that, we have another button, and this is going to be to increase. So here we're going to say button on click is going to be handle quantity change. Here we're going to pass in item._id, and this is going to be true. And here we're going to have class name, and this is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1, background gradient is going to be to the right, starting from blue 400 to blue 600. We're going to say text white. Font is going to be semi-bold. Font semi-bold. Rounded is going to be full. Transition. And we're going to have disabled is going to be opacity of 50. So here for disabled, it's going to be item.inventory. So this part doesn't really matter right now. So like I said, if we end up creating the inventory, if we end up creating the checkout portion, this is going to be item.inventory. So item.quantity is greater than or equal to item.inventory. There we go. So here we're just going to plug in the plus sign. Let's do this as well. And that's pretty much it. So now we can have another typography here. And here we're going to have the variant be body 1. The class name here is going to be text gray 700. We're going to say dark text is going to be gray 300. And it's going to be margin top of 2. And here we're going to have it as the total. So total, and we're going to give it the $sign. And now we're going to say item.price. Item is going to be item.price times item.quantity. So this is just how you figure out the total. Item.quantity dot to fixed and this is going to be 2. So to 2 decimal places. Awesome. Now we're going to have a button after typography. So this is going to be button. And here we're going to say on click, we want a function that's going to be handle remove item. And we're going to pass in item dot underscore ID. And we're going to have class name. And this is going to be margin top of 4. Background gradient to the right is going to be from red 700, text white, pattern X of 3, pattern Y of 2. It's going to be rounded. It's going to be rounded full. We're going to have shadow, self end, and we're going to have hover, scale 105, transition. Awesome. So now within this, we're going to have remove. So it's the remove button. So save. Awesome. So after that, now we can go ahead and create our pagination, which is going to be the last portion. So if we come down here right after this div, after this closing div, we're going to have our pagination, and it's going to be filtered data dot length. If it's greater than items per page, then we want to state div. Here we're going to have class name, and it's going to be margin top of 8, flex, justify, center, and we're going to have pagination, and this is going to be from material UI, and the count here is going to be, so let's do this. So pagination, and the count is going to be math.ceil, so we're going to round up, filtered, what's it called? So filter, and it's going to be filtered data dot length, and here it's going to be divided by items per page, and we're going to say page. So within it, we're going to say page is going to be current page. On change is going to be handle pagination change, and we're going to have the styling. So let's come down here. So the styling here, so SX is going to be, I'm not going to type all this out, but I'm just going to copy and paste it. So the styling is going to be, let's take this out and just plug this in. Awesome. So we don't need pagination here. We can just close the div. We can just close it up like that. Awesome. So let's do this. Let's do this. Cool. And now this is the whole thing. So here we have filter data.length. If it's greater than items per page, then we want this div that says pagination. The count's going to be math.ceil, which is we're going to round up. Filter.data. So we're going to round up the quotient of filter data.length divided by items per page. And then page is going to be the current page. On change is the function handle pagination change. For styling, it's going to be this. So material .mui pagination item root, and these are all the stylings we're going to pick. So I'm just going to scroll down. So here we have the hover, and then here we have for the selected page we pick, and then here we have for the ellipsis. And that's pretty much it. So we have the ellipsis and the color, and that's pretty much it. So we have for MUI pagination item ellipsis, and then color is going to be that, and that's it for the styling. And then we're all set. So that's it. We're pretty much all done. So we can go ahead and close out of this, and then so let's go ahead and see if our application works. So let's go ahead and hit Chrome, and let's see if we refresh this, and let's hit cart. So error, too many re-renders. React limits the number of render to prevent an infinite log. So let's see where the error for that's coming from. So let's go back to cart data here. So let's see. What do we have here that's not being imported? So first of all, box should come from material UI. As well as select, so we didn't import that, and menu item. Okay. Let's see, as well as text field. So those should all come from material UI. Let's see. So use theme should come from styles. So let's say import use themes. Use theme should come from app material UI. Slash material slash styles. So let's see if we're able to get this to work. So let's scroll down, see if we have any more issues. So let's go ahead and click that. And let's come down here. Let's refresh it. So, interesting. So that wasn't a problem. So let's go back to cart data. Let's see. Okay. All right, so I'm pretty sure I figured out what the problem is. So if you scroll down here to our buttons. So here, first of all, this should be quantity. Awesome. And here, as you can see here, we have an arrow function. We don't have it here. So we want it to state that only when we click it should this happen. So that's practically it. So let's see, do we have anything change up here? No, we just have use clients. So that's pretty much it. And then down here, let's see. Nope, so we still end at 375 with just a bracket. So we're going to just close out of that and then come right to Chrome, and there we go. So here it is. So this is our cart now. So let's go ahead and refresh it. And as you can see, it's still there. So these are the two items we have within our cart. So as you can see, the subtract is disabled because you can't go lower than 1. Here as well, you can't go lower than 1. So I believe we made an error here actually, because this isn't how it's supposed to look, but it looks pretty cool. So actually, no, I'm gonna have to change that CSS because I think we forgot to do something. And then, wait, why does it show 19? Oh, I think it's because I'm logged in. Wait, hold up. That doesn't make any sense. So let's go ahead and do this. So let's clear out. So let's inspect this. Application, storage, saved items. Let's go ahead and delete this. So I think it merged. So let's go ahead and close out of this. And now we can refresh it. Yeah, I think it merged with the other one. So if we add 1 here, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. And if we remove it, there we go. Yeah, so it merged with the older ones. Great. So once we do that, so let me go ahead and empty my trash here. Cool. So once we do that, we have our banner as well as our cart. But with the cart, so let's add this to cart. So with the cart, let's fix this let's fix that button really quickly. So let's go back to cart data and let's close out of this, and let's come up here to remove. So to right, yeah, so we only wrote it from the right. We don't have anything else. So yeah, we only wrote it so background gradient to right from red. So let's, can we wrap this? Awesome. So we have margin top, background, margin top 4, background gradient to right from red 700. And then we just have text white, but it should be to red 700. So to red 700. Great. So that should be it. And that's cool. So let's go ahead and save that. Awesome. So that's pretty much it. So let's see. Do we have anything here? So number one is still use clients. So number one is still use clients, semicolon. So number one, use clients, semicolon. And then if we scroll all the way down, yep, we have 375 and it's just the brackets. So we go ahead and just close out of that. And then when we open this up, as you can see, this is still red. So it's a bold red rather than just a gradient red. So let's go ahead and refresh that. As you can see, it's still there. So it's still a bold red. Yeah, so let's refresh it again. Cool. So now we can remove it, and here we go. So that's pretty much it. So now we can create the featured products part, because the hardest part is pretty much done. So let's come back to Visual Studio, and now we can come into components and create something called the featured products. So the first thing we want to do is we want to come over to components here, and we want to create our featured items. So we're going to say FeaturedItems.jsx. And while we're doing that, let's just go to new file here, and we're also going to create something called FeaturedItemsModal .jsx, and we're also going to create product items.jsx, as well as new components. So we're going to create a new file, and this is going to be StoreModal.jsx. Components here, new file, we're going to say StoreItemModal.jsx. Cool. And then so for for featured items, this is gonna be a server component. So we're gonna say export default async function, and here we're just gonna call this featured items. We're gonna return here. Cool. And up top here, we're gonna pretty much do the same thing we've been doing for banner.jsx. So here we're gonna write a function to fetch the featured products from the Sanity backend. So we're gonna say const featured data is equal to async, and here we're gonna say const query is equal to, and here we're gonna say type is equal to featured products. Awesome. So let's make sure we close it this time. And here we're simply going to say underscore ID. And then let's bring this down. So underscore ID, it's going to be title. So we've already gone through this already. So category here is, and then we're going to have current slug, which is going to be slug.current. And then we're going to say image. This is going to be description. This is going to be price. And we're going to have inventory. Awesome. So Let's bring this over here. Great. Now we can say const data is equal to client dot fetch. So make sure you get that client imported. And then we're going to pass in query, and we're going to return that data. Awesome. Now we can come here and we can say const is authenticated equal to get Kinde server session. And here we're going to say const is user authenticated equal to await is authenticated. So this should look familiar. So we don't really need to like go into detail about what's going on. Now we want to be able to fetch our data. So we're going to say const data is equal to await featured data. Cool. Now we want to return and say div. Here we're going to say class name is with full. Min height is going to be 65 view height. We're going to say for medium screen, it's going to be min height 60 view height. We're going to say large is going to be minimum height 70 view height. Height is going to be auto. Flex column, justify center. And that should be it. So now we're going to say H1, and H1 is going to be featured items. Class name here is going to be font bold. It's going to be text center. It's going to be text 2XL. Padding top of 5. Padding bottom of 10. And then after that, we're going to have featured items. So it should be FeaturedItemsModal. So let's export defaults. So this is going to be use client. So let's do that first. So use client so we don't forget. And then we're going to say export default function featured items modal and return. Cool. And close out of this. So here we're going to have featured items modal. And per usual, we're going to take in data and pass it on. We're going to say is user authenticated. And this is going to be is user authenticated. Awesome. So here we can just go ahead and close out of this. So let's do the same thing for products. So here for products, we're going to say const fetch store data is equal to async and here we're going to say const query is equal to, and here we're going to pass in everything. So we're going to say type underscore type is equal to store products and then we're going to say ID, we want the title, we want the category, we want the current slug, which is going to be slug current dot current. We want the image, we want the description, we want the price, we want the inventory, we want the author as well as the artist. Awesome. So here we're going to say const data is equal to await clients dot fetch. So make sure we import client. So that's not it. So await client dot fetch query. and then we're going to return data. So now we're going to be able to say export default async function, and this is going to be product items, and this is going to be const is authenticated equal to get Kinde server session, and we're going to say const is user authenticated, and this is going to be await is authenticated. Now we can say const data is equal to await fetch store data, and we can return div and div. So here we're going to say class name is with full, min height is going to be 65 view height, medium is going to be min height 60 view height. We're going to say large is going to be min height 70 view height. Dark is going to be background black. So for dark themes, background is going to be gray 200. Height is going to be auto. Flex column, and this is going to be justify center. Awesome. And here we're going to have h1 class name. This is going to be font bold. Text is going to be center. Text is going to be 2XL. We're going to have pattern top of 10 and pattern bottom of 5. And we're going to say comics. Comics. Awesome. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's close out of it. So StoreModal, did we create this? So StoreModal is going to be export. So this is going to be use client. We're going to export default function StoreModal return. We're going to save that. We're going to close out of this. Now let's go back to product items, and here we're going to go ahead and import StoreModal, and we're going to pass in data as data, and we're going to say is user authenticated, and this is going to be is user authenticated, and we're going to go ahead and close it and save, and just like that, we're all done. StoreItemModal is something completely different, but we can go ahead and set that up as well. So StoreItemModal. So this is also going to be use client, and here we're going to say export default, and this is going to be function. This is going to be StoreItemModal, and we're going to return. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and close out of that. So now we can go ahead and build this portion. So we can go ahead and build out this featured items portion. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, guys. So before we jump into that next part, here within cart, I realized there's a problem here. So if you go to 2, 3, 4, or we get to 5 actually, so we have 5 items within cart, it still shows 1 here, and we're not able to decrease. So let's come into our cart data, and here within let's see, where do we have, where's our use effect? Here we go. So here, as you can see, saved item is not being used because we use saved items. So this should be saved item, and then we can go ahead and save this. So let's check it out again. There we go. So now we have 5, and it's 5 here, and we can decrease, and now it's 1. So we can also remove it. So that's something I just realized as I was going through it. So let's jump right into it. So here, we can close out a cart. So let's make sure this is saved, and then yeah, we're all good. So let's just make sure everything is nice and good. Awesome. So everything is great. So we go ahead and just close out of this. And then we can go into our featured items modal. So featured items modal. So although it's called featured items modal, it's going to encompass. So if we come over here to create next app to my actual project, this featured items is going to be both the item and the modal for it. So it's going to be both. And here the add to cart would work as well. So if you hit add to cart here, so I don't want to go back in and sign in, but basically if you hit add to cart there, it should work all the same. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's come back into this. And for featured items modal, we're going to state, let's come in here and we're just going to state, actually, let's bring in the data and the is user authenticated. Cool. So we're going to state const. So this is going to be for the modal from MUI. So we're going to say open, set open. So it's to open and close the modal. So we're going to say use state. Well, this is to open a modal, well, and close it depending on the logic you use. So here we're going to say const selected item, and this is going to be set selected item, and it's going to equal use state, and this is going to be null. So let's make sure use state is being imported. Use state. Awesome. We're going to say this is going to be for our local storage. So we're going to say const saved items as well as toggle saved item. We're going to say update item quantity. And this is going to be use context. We're going to then go ahead and state saved items context. Cool. So now we're going to have our helper function to check if the item is saved within our local storage. So we're going to say const is saved is equal to, we're going to pass in item ID. It's going to be arrow function. We're going to say saved items dot sum. Here we're going to say item. We're going to pass in item dot underscore ID is equal to item ID. So now we want to be able to retrieve the current quantity of an item. So we're going to say const get item quantity, and we're going to say is equal to item ID. We're going to state const item is equal to saved items dot find, and we're going to pass in saved. We're going to say saved dot underscore ID is equal to, and this is going to be item ID. Now we can go ahead and return item if there's item dot quantity, else it's going to be 0. Cool. So now we're going to have our handlers for opening and closing our modal. So we're going to say const handle click open. It's going to equal, well, it's going to take an item, and it's going to be an arrow function, and this is going to be set selected item. We're going to pass in the item. We're going to say set open, and this is going to be true. Cool. Here we're going to say const handle close. We're going to say set open. It's going to be false. We're going to set timeouts because we want to be able to have it fade when we close. So we don't just want it to close, the modal to just close sharp in a swift manner. So we want it to fade out when it closes. So set selected item is going to be null, and we're going to give it time to fade out. So we're going to say 300 here. And there we go. So now we want to toggle item within the cart. So we're going to say const handle toggle item, and we're going to pass in the item. Here we're going to say if the user is authenticated, then we want to return. So if we're not logged in, then do nothing. Else, if we're logged in, we're going to say toggle saved item, and we're going to pass in that item. Awesome. So now we just want to we just want to build out that front end. So we're going to say div class name here. It's going to be flex, items is going to be center. We're going to say gap is going to be 6. Medium gap is going to be 8. We're going to have overflow on the x-axis be auto. We're going to say width is full. Height here is going to be full. Padding top is going to be padding left is going to be 4. Padding right is going to be 4. Medium padding left is going to be 8. Medium padding right is going to be 8. We're going to say padding bottom is going to be 6. We have medium padding bottom is going to be 8. Scroll bar. So let's make sure this is wrapped. So scroll bar is going to be thin. So let's make sure scroll bar is going to be thin. We're going to have scroll bar is going to be thumb blue. Actually, we don't even need this. So we just leave this as margin bottom of 8. We're going to state justify start. For medium, we're going to say justify center. Cool. And now we can just close out this div here. So within this div, we're going to have our data and we're going to map through it. We're going to take in an item and we're going to say const saved item is equal to saved items dot find. We're going to pass in the saved, and here we're going to say saved dot underscore ID is equal to item dot underscore ID. We're going to say const saved quantity is equal to saved item. Else we're going to have saved item dot quantity is so we're going to say saved item. If we have saved item, we're going to pick saved item dot quantity, else it's going to be 0. Yep, that's it. So now we want to go ahead and return. And here we're going to return div. We're going to return div here. Div key is going to be item dot underscore ID. Class name is going to be border. Rounded is going to be medium. Shadow is going to be medium. We're going to say overflow is hidden. Background is going to be white. We're going to say dark background is going to be gray 800. We're going to say flex is shrink 0. Flex again. Flex is going to be column. We're going to say items is going to be center. Width is going to be 240 pixels. So 240 pixels. We're going to say small is going to be width of 180 pixels. Medium here is going to be width 220 pixels. Transition. Transition here. Transition is going to be transform. Duration is going to be 300. So we don't need 2 transitions. So transition is going to be transform. Awesome. And then we're going to have hover is going to be scale. And it's going to be 105. Hover is going to be shadow. And this is going to be large. And now we're going to input our image section and our open modal on click. So we're going to say item.image. Then we're going to state div. It's a class name is going to be relative. Width is going to be full. Height is going to be 200 pixels. We're going to say background is gray of 200. Cursor is pointer. Now we're going to have an onClick is going to be arrow function, handle click open. We're going to take in an item. Cool. And now we're going to place in the image. So let's make sure it's next image. And we're going to say source is going to be URL4. Make sure that's imported. Item.image .url. And we're going to say alt is going to be item.title. We're going to say layout is going to be fill. Object fit is going to be contain. Class name is going to be pattern of 2. Great. And that's it. So now we have our div there. Awesome. Now we're going to state we want to add our item title, the price, and the add remove button. So we're going to say div. Class name is going to be pattern of 4. Text is going to be center. Great. And then we're going to say h2. Class name. The class name for h2 here is going to be font semi-bold. We're going to see text base. This is going to be medium, text small. We're going to have truncate. And here we're going to say text gray of 900. Dark text gray of 100. Cool. And now we're going to state if we have the item dot title dot length greater than length greater than 30, then we want, let's do this, item dot title dot substring there we go. We're going to take 0 and 30. Cool. Else we want item.title, and you can configure that however you want. So I just pick 30. And then we have p tag here. The class name is going to be text small, text gray of 700. We're going to have dark. Text is going to be gray of 300. Font is going to be semi-bold. We're going to say margin top of 2. And then here, we're going to say item.price to fixed. Dot to fixed. 2. Awesome. So that's how we get our figure, our dollar figure. Awesome. So we want to be able to add or remove our item from cart. Else we want to be able to show our login button. So here we're going to say if the user is authenticated. So if user is authenticated, then we want to say div. We're going to have an else. Awesome. So here for this div, we're going to say class name here is going to be margin top of 3, flex column, and we're going to say items center. We're going to say gap is 2. And then we're going to say these are the controls. We're going to say is saved item dot underscore ID. Then we want div class name is going to be margin top of 3. We're going to have flex column. We're going to have items is center. We're going to have gap of 2. And if it's saved, then we want to say item dot underscore ID. Then it's going to be div class name is going to be flex item center. Gap is going to be 2. We're going to have the button here, and the button is going to be on click. And here it's going to be item. Actually, the button here is going to be, let's make sure we have, it is an arrow. There we go. It's going to be update item quantity. Cool. We're going to pass an item dot underscore ID as well as false. Cool. Now our class name is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1. We're going to have background gradient, and this is going to go to the right, gradient, and it's going to go to the right from teal 400 to teal 600. Text here is going to be white. Font is going to be semi-bold, rounded, transition, disabled, transition, disabled is going to be opacity 50. Cool. And here we're going to say disabled is going to be equal to saved quantity is less than or equal to 1. And we've already explained what this is doing. So here we're going to have minus, and that's going to be it. Let's go ahead and do this. Cool. So now after button, we're going to have the span. Class name is going to be font semi-bold. That's it. And we're going to have saved quantity. And that's it. So now we're going to have our button. So right after this, we're going to have the button. And this button is going to have class name, pattern X of 2. We're going to say this is going to be, actually, so let's go ahead and we're going to say button, and then we're going to say on click. And here, let's pass in the function. Here it's going to be update item quantity, and we're going to pass in item dot underscore ID. We're going to pass in true. We're going to state class name here is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1, background gradient is going to be to the right. And here we're going to have from blue 400 to blue. This is going to be 600. Text is going to be white. We're going to have font is going to be semi-bold. We're going to have rounded. We're going to have transition. Disabled is going to be opacity. And this is going to be 50. Great. So now we're going to have disabled. So let's come over here. And disabled here is going to be item.inventory. And this is going to be saved quantity. And we're going to say is greater than or equal to item.inventory. Cool. And here we're just going to have our plus sign. And let's do this. Cool. Now we want to add our the add remove button. So here after this, we're going to state, let's see, are we missing something here? Let's make sure. Oh, no, we're not. So here we're going to add our add remove button, not up there, just down here. And it's going to be, let's see. Yeah, we wrote this twice. So that shouldn't have been written twice. Okay, cool. It just looked weird. So now we're going to say button. And for button, it's going to be on click. And here we're going to have an arrow function. It's going to be handle toggle item. We're going to pass an item. We're going to have class name. And our class name is going to be pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. Text is going to be small. Rounded is going to be full. We're going to have is saved, and we're going to pass an item dot underscore ID. So we're going to say if we have this, then we're going to have background gradient, and it's going to be to the right, There we go. From red 500 to red, let's make sure we have our hyphen here, to red 700. Text is going to be white. We're going to have, or else, so we're going to have our else, and this is going to be background gradient to the right from blue 500 to green, and this is going to be 500, and we're going to say text is going to be white. Cool. Awesome. And within the button, we're going to state if is saved. Then we're going to pass in the item dot underscore ID. We're going to say remove from cart. If we have it saved, it's going to be remove from cart. Else, it's going to be add to cart. Cool. So now our else is going to be login link. So let's bring this in here, and we're going to have a button in here, and this button is going to be class name pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. Text is going to be small. Rounded is going to be full. Margin top is going to be 3. Background gradient is going to be to the right, and we're going to say from blue 500 to green 500. Text here is going to be white, and here we're going to state add to cart. Awesome. So now after the div here, so after our very last div, we want to add our material UI modal. So a lot of this can just be copied and pasted from material UI, and then we just plug in our logic within it. So we're gonna state, so we can actually just come up here, and we're gonna pass in dialog. So let's see, did we have a fragment we took out? So we had a div. So let's make sure we have a closing fragment here and an open fragment here. Cool. So now within dialog, we can say open is going to be open. So we're just opening the modal here. So open, we're going to say unclose is going to be handle close. We're going to say maxed width is going to be equal to is equal to medium, full width. And we're going to say transition component is going to be fade. Cool. And transition props is going to be timeout. And this is going to be 300. Cool. And now we have dialog title. So dialog title. So for dialog title, we're going to have class name, and this is going to be relative. Background gray of 100. We're going to have dark background gray of 800. We're going to state pattern 4, and this is going to be border bold, and then this is going to be border gray of 300. We're going to say dark border is going to be gray of 700. and that's it. So here we're going to say div, and for this div here, it's going to be class name, flex, justify between. We're going to say items center. We're going to state, yeah, that's it. So item center. And then here we're going to say selected item. And so if we have selected item and we're also authenticated, is the user authenticated, then we want to say div class name. So let's close this div out first. And then we're going to have an else. So awesome. So let's leave it like that for right now. So div here is going to be flex. Items is going to be center. Gap is going to be 2. And now we want the controls. So we're going to say if it's saved, we're going to pass in selected item dot underscore ID. And we're, so then we're going to say div. Here the class name is going to be flex. Item center. Gap is 2. Button here is going to be on click, and we're going to take in the function. So we're going to add the function update item quantity, selected item dot ID dot underscore ID, and this is going to be false. Then we're going to have the class name, and the class name here is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1, background gradient, and we're going to say to the right from teal, and this is going to be 400 to teal, and this is going to be 600. We're going to say text is going to be white, and we're going to say font semi-bold, rounded, transition, and this is going to be disabled. Opacity is going to be 50. Okay, so let's have disabled here is going to be get item quantity and selected item dot underscore ID is less than or equal to 1. Cool. And now we can add the minus sign, and we can do this. Cool. Now we want to add that span class name, and here it's going to be font semi-bold, and we're going to say get item quantity. We're going to pass in selected item underscore ID, and so after that we're going to have button, and for button, so let's actually just take this class name, paste it in there, and here we're going to have on click, and for on click we're going to say update item quantity. We're going to pass in selected item dot underscore ID, and this is going to be true. Cool. So here class name is going to be pattern X of 2, pattern Y of 1, background gradient to the right from blue. We're going to have it as 400 to blue 600. And it's going to be text white, font semi-bold, rounded, transition, disabled opacity 50. And then for our disabled here, we're going to say selected item dot inventory and get item quantity, selected item dot underscore ID is greater than or equal to selected item dot inventory. Cool. And we can add our plus sign in there and do this. Awesome. So now we want to add our add remove button. So we're gonna state button. So let's use let's use Shadcn's button. We're gonna say variants. Actually, let's use material UI button since we already said button. You know what? Let's see. Variant. Nah. So button. Let's see. Variant. Yeah, it's got to be. It can't be from there. It's got to be from material UI. So let's do it again. So button. There we go. Material UI. And then we're going to have variants. There we go. It's contained. Now we can have on click. And on click is going to be handle toggle item. And here we're going to say selected item. Let's see. Class name is going to be class name here is going to be so what's the problem now? So on click class name, oh, that's why this goes inside the box. And this is going to be pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. We're going to have text small, rounded is full. We're going to say is saved. We're going to pass in selected item dot underscore ID. And then we're going to say is background gradient to the right from red 500 to red 700. We're going to have as text white. Else we're going to have it as background gradient to the right, and this is going to be from blue, and this is going to be 500 to green, and this is going to be 500. We're going to have as text white as well. Cool. And within this, within our button, we're going to say is saved and selected item dot underscore ID is going to be initially remove from cart. Else we're going to have add to cart. Cool. Now if we don't have any of that, we're going to have login link and login link, and we're going to say button is going to be variant contained. Class name here is going to pattern Y of 2, pattern X of 4. We have text small, rounded is going to be full, background gradient is going to be to the right from blue 500 to green 500. Text is going to be white. We're going to state add to cart. And then here we're going to say icon button. And this is going to be, let's close out of this first. So this is going to be ARIA label. And we're going to say close. We're going to say unclick. And this is going to be handle close. Class name here is going to be hover, background red of 500, hover, text is going to be white, dark is going to be hover, background is going to be red 700, transition is going to be colors. And within it, we're going to have close icon. So we're going to have to import that. So let's go ahead and import that really quickly. So we should have close icon here. So actually for close icon, it's going to be different. So close icon should import like such. So import close icon from material UI icons material / close. So now we can keep it that way. So after close icon, we're going to have another div here. And div here is going to be class name. And the class name here is going to be text large. And it's going to be font semi-bold. We're going to say text is gray of 800. Dark is going to be text white. Text is going to be center. Margin top is going to be 2. And we're going to say selected. We're going to say selected. Let's come over here actually. Cool. Now we're going to say within this selected item dot title else it's going to be items details. Now we want to have our dialog content. So dialog content. And for dialog content, we're going to say class name is going to be flex column. We're going to have item center. We're going to have background gray of 50. We're going to say dark background gray of 900. And now we want to say selected item dot title. Else we want item. Wait, hold up. No, we just did the same thing twice. So we're going to say flex column, item center, background gray 50, dark background gray 900. Then we want to say selected item. And this is going to be, so if we have selected item, then we want the div class name. So let's close out of this. And the div class name is going to be with full flex column, items center. And here we're going to say gap is going to be 6. Pattern is going to be 6. And then here we're going to have image. So, and we're going to say source is going to be URL4. We're going to take in selected item dot image. And we're going to say dot URL. Cool. And now we're going to say alt is going to be selected item dot title. We're going to state width is going to be 200. Height is going to be 200. And class name is going to be object contain. We're going to have it rounded, large, shadow is going to be medium. Great. So now after that, we're going to have another div, and this is going to be class name. And this class name here is going to be text gray of 600. We're going to have dark text gray of 300. Text is going to be small. Small is going to be text base. Leading is going to be relaxed. We're going to have pattern X of 4. Max height of 48. This is going to be overflow Y auto. We're going to have scroll bar. It's going to be thin. We don't really need it. We're going to have, yeah, That's pretty much it. So we want to say selected item dot description is what it's going to hold. Else it's no description available. Cool. And now we want to create our p tag right after this div, and it's going to be p, and this p tag is going to be class name, and it's going to be font bold, text to XL, text blue. It's going to be 600. We're going to have dark text blue is going to be 400. And the p tag is just going to have our price. So here we're going to say selected item dot price. It's going to be to fixed, and it's going to be 2. Awesome. So that's pretty much it. So let's take out this extra space here, and we go ahead and just close out of it. And now let's see if we have what we need. So let's refresh this. And of course we don't, because we did not plug it in. So let's go over to page.js, and here we're going to have featured items, and let's save that. So we might as well put the third one in there. So the third one is going to be product items. Cool. Okay, so get Kinde server session. Yeah, so we got to take out that disk types, and I'm guessing that's going to come from featured items over here. Cool. Let's make sure it's not in product items as well. Yes, it is. And that's it. So let's close out of this. And we should be set. So let's scroll down, and bam. So it's loading up. So just give it a second to load up. And now when we click on it, okay, to fixed is not defined. Okay, so 209. Let's go over to 209. There's always something wrong. So items, where is it? Featured items. There we go. 209. Not that one. FeaturedItemsModal. 209. Price to fix. Awesome. So let's take this one out, save that, and let's go ahead and then close out of that. And let's see. There we go. So we're all set. So now we can add the cart. Okay, there's an error there. Of course there is. So toggle save item is not a function. Why is it not? Did we spell it wrong? So we probably did. So let's come over here. Let's go back to FeaturedItemsModal, and let's see. We can close out of this for now. So what line was that on? 44. So let's see. Toggle saved item. Interesting. So let's try that again. Toggle saved item. So why is that wrong? So let's see. What did we import? Toggle saved item, right? Oh, I probably imported it wrong. Toggle save item. So let's save that. Awesome. Toggle save item is item. Awesome. And then let's scroll down here. Let's link this. Okay. And then, so toggle save item, semicolon, blink, And then let's go ahead and awesome. So now let's see if everything works. So let's see, add the cart. Awesome. So that does work. And then remove from cart. Cool. So yeah, all that works well. So let's see, FeaturedItemsModal. Awesome. So that worked completely fine. So we're all set. So everything works just as it's supposed to. All right, so let's go over to, let's start with the modal first. So let's start with FeaturedItemsModal. No, not FeaturedItemsModal. Let's start with StoreItemModal. So let's close this. And with StoreItemModal, we're starting with this first because it's a little shorter. So if you guys have watched up until this part, I want to say thank you. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you are enjoying it. Let me know what you think of the video in the comment section. This is one of my longer videos. I think it's the longest video I've made. So let me know how you're enjoying it. If you have any critiques or anything like that, or if you just want to say good job or something, that's welcome too. But yeah, we're at the home stretch. So let's finish out strong. So here we're gonna make the modal first, and we're just gonna import it into the other one because that one's way longer. So let's do some short first. And now what we're gonna say is we're gonna take in, so let's do this. So since we haven't created StoreItem yet, we're starting from the back and then working for our way up. So here we're gonna be passing in open. So when we do create StoreItem, so here we're just gonna be receiving open item. We're gonna be receiving on close as well as is user authenticated. Cool. And now we're gonna create our loading. So we're gonna say const loading. So loading, set loading, and this is gonna equal use state. And this is gonna be true. And we're gonna say const is saved. We're gonna take in the ID, and here we're gonna say saved items dot includes ID. Cool. Remember, this is a client component, so make sure you have use client at the very top. We did that earlier. So now we want to simulate the loading effect for better UX. So here we're going to say use effect. And here we're going to say if we have open, then we want to set loading to true. We're gonna have a timer, so const timer. It's gonna be set timeout, and here we're gonna say set loading to false 500. Cool. Return here is gonna be clear timeout, and we're gonna pass in timer. We're gonna say open. Cool. Now we're gonna state if there's no item, we're gonna return null. So meaning if there's no item, then there's no modal. There's no modal. There's no content within the. There's no content within the modal. So now we want to create a handler function to toggle the item if the user is authenticated. So we're going to say const handle toggle item, and we're going to say it's going to be an arrow function. Here it's going to be if there's no user is user authenticated, return nothing, else toggle save item, it's going to be item. Cool. Now we can go ahead and return. So we're going to say dialog. So we're going to start with dialog here. And here we're going to say dialog Cool. So for dialog, we're going to have open is going to be open. On close is going to be on close. We're going to say max width is going to be medium. We're going to say full width. Now we want to create our modal header. So we're going to say dialog title. And for dialog title, it's going to be class name relative, background gray of 100. Dark is going to be background gray of 800. We're going to have border. It's going to be bold. Border is going to be gray 300. Dark is going to be border gray 700. And this is going to be padding of 4. Cool. Now we can go ahead and state div. And a class name here is going to be flex justify between items is center. We want to be able to toggle the cart button, so we're going to say is user authenticated. Then we're going to say button, and this is going to be material UI button. The variant here is going to be contained. We're going to have on click, and this is going to be handle toggle item. We're going to say class name, and class name here is going to be padding Y of 2, padding X of 4. We're going to have text small, rounded is going to be full, and we're going to say is saved. We're going to pass in item._id. And if so, we're going to state let's see. So item ID, that's the problem. We did this. It's saved. There we go. So we have it saved as item ID. Then we're going to have background gradient to the right from red 500. So let's make sure this is wrapped. So red 500 to red 700. Text here is going to be white. Then we're going to have background gradient to the right from blue 500 to green 500. Text is going to be white. Cool. So yeah, this is what we're missing. Awesome. And now within our button, we're going to have is saved. Going to pass in the item._id. I'm going to say remove from cart. Else it's going to be add to cart. Awesome. So here we're going to have our else, and here it's going to be button again. Cool. And for button, we're going to say variant is going to be contained. Class name is going to be background gradient to right from blue 500 to green 500. Text here is going to be white. Awesome. And we're going to state please, and href is going to be /API/auth. let's just put this, please log in. So login link, and we're gonna say login. Cool. And that's gonna be it. So we're gonna state, so after that, now we can go ahead and put an icon button from Material UI. We can go ahead and close that. We're gonna have ARIA label is gonna be close. On click is gonna be on close. We're gonna state class name is going to be hover. Background is going to be red 500. Dark is going to be hover. Background red 700. Transition is going to be colors. Cool. All right, and now we're going to state SX is going to be color. It's going to be inherit. We're going to say, let's see, and dot MUI icon button root hover. And here we're going to say the color is going to be white. So this is for the hover. It's going to be white. Awesome. And within this, we're going to have close icon. So let's go ahead and copy that. So let's go back to to FeaturedItemsModal, and up here we're gonna take this close and just change it to we're just gonna pop it in here. Cool. So now we have our close icon. Awesome. There's a close icon. Yeah. So now we have import close icon from Material UI / icons material / close, and then semicolon. So we're all set. Awesome. Now, after doing that, we can go ahead and center our title. So we're going to be working with the title now. So after this div, we're going to state div class name. And for this class name, we're going to say text is going to be large. Font is going to be semi-bold. We're going to have text gray of 800. We're going to have dark. Text is going to be white. Text is going to be center. Margin top of 2. We're going to have item dot title. Else it's going to be item details. Cool. And then we're going to have after dialog title here, we're going to have the modal content. So we're going to have dialog content, and here the class name is going to be flex column. It's going to be items center, background gray of 50. We're going to have dark, background is gray of 900. And then we're going to say if it's loading, then we want div else. Let's just do this for right now. So we want this div, and it's going to be class name flex justify center. We're going to have flex item center, and it's going to be height of 200 pixels, and we're going to have circular progress, and here it's going to be size of 60. We're going to have that's it. So here we just want that the load-in spinner, and within this we're going to have div class name, and let's close out this div here. So div class name is going to be with full flex column. Items is going to be center. gap is going to be 6, pattern is going to be 6. Now we want image, and it's going to be source, and it's going to be URL 4. And here we're going to say item.image.url. And now its alt is going to be item.title. Width is going to be 200. Height is going to be 200. Class name is going to be object contain. We're going to say rounded is going to be large. Shadow is going to be medium. Awesome. And that's about it. Cool. And now we want our description. So the description is going to come right under it. So here we're going to have div. And for our div, the class name is going to be text gray 600. Dark is going to be text gray 300. We're going to say text is small. Small is text base. Lead in is going to be relaxed. We're going to have pattern X of 4. Max height of 48. Overflow Y of auto. And yeah, we'll just keep it this way. And now we're going to have item.description else no description available. Awesome. Now we want to work with the price. So here we're going to say P. Class name is going to be text gray of 600. We're going to say dark is text gray of 300. We're going to say text is small. And then we're going to say on small, text is going to be base. Lead in is going to be relaxed. Nope, that's the same one we just did. So here we're going to say, so for P class name, we're going to say font is going to be bold. Text is going to be 2XL. Text is going to be blue 600. Dark is going to be text blue 400. And we're going to state $ here, and it's going to be item.price.toFixed and 2 decimal places. Save that. Awesome. Now we can take this out, save that, click away from it, and then we can go ahead and just close out of it. So, and you're not going to be able to see anything on the front end side because it's just going to say comics. There's nothing going to be shown because that's a modal we created. So if we come over here and now we go into StoreModal, now we can build out our last component. So we're at the home stretch, guys. So we're pretty much almost done. So let's keep chugging along. So let's keep moving along. So this one's gonna have a lot. So here we're gonna start off with data and is user authenticated. And remember that you're going to state use client at the very top. So let's go ahead and save this. And then here we can go ahead and state our MUI states for sorting and filtering. So we're going to say const. Here we're going to say filter, and we're going to say set filter is equal to use states. So let's make sure we import that, and it's going to be an empty string. Here we're going to say const sort option. And this is going to be set sort option. And this is going to be use states, empty string as well. We're going to say const category filter. And this is going to be set category filter. and this is going to be use state. It's going to be an empty object. So for pagination, we're going to say const current page, set current page, and this is going to be use state. It's going to be 1. Const items per page. We want it to be 12 items per page. So for our modal, we're going to say const open, set open is equal to use state, false. We're going to say const. Here it's going to be selected item, and this is going to be set selected item is equal to use state null. Now we want to be able to access the local storage cart logic, so we're going to say const saved items toggle save item, use context. Here we're going to say saved items context, and now we're going to say const handle open. We're going to take in the item. Here it's going to be set selected item, and we're going to say item. We're going to say set open to true. Cool. And here we're going to say const handle close is going to be set open to false, selected item, well, set selected item. And this is going to be null. And now we want to write the local storage cart logic. So we're going to say const handle toggle cart. We're going to pass in an item. Here we're going to say if is user authenticated, return toggle save item, and we're going to pass in item. Awesome. Now we're going to say const is saved. We're going to pass an item ID. This is going to be saved items dot sum item, and we're going to say item dot underscore ID is equal to item ID. Cool. Now we want to create the filtering and sorting. So we're going to state const get filtered data. It's going to be an arrow function. Here we're going to say let filtered data, and this is going to be data filtered. Okay, and now we want to write our category filter. So we're going to say const active filters is equal to object dot entries. Here we're going to take in category filter. There's a category filters. So let's see. Awesome. So it should be category filters. And then we're going to say dot filter. Here we're going to say is active. And we're going to say is active. Now we're going to map through that. And here it's going to be category. And we're going to say category. If active filters dot length is greater than 0, then we want to say filter data is equal to filter data dot filter item cool. And this is going to be active filters dot includes item dot category. There we go. Cool. So now we want to be able to search filter. So if, and we did this in cart, so that's why I'm not spending too much time on it. So if filter, then filter data is equal to filter data dot filter, and we're going to pass in the item, and here we're going to say item dot title dot to lowercase dot includes filter to lowercase, and else item dot category dot to lowercase, and this is going to be dot includes. So let's wrap this. So dot includes, and we're going to say filter dot to lowercase, and this is going to be, that's it. So now we want to handle our sorting. So we're going to say switch. This is going to be sort option. Here we're going to say case is name. And here it's going to be filter data dot sort AB. Here it's going to be a dot title dot locale compare b dot title break. Case here is going to be price low high. Filter data dot sort AB a dot price minus b dot price break. Okay. Break. Okay. Break, and this is going to be case price high low. Here we're going to have filtered data dot sort AB. I'm going to say b dot price minus a dot price. Cool. And we're going to say break. Now the last one is going to be default, and we're just going to keep it like this. So that just means we're not sorting with that one, and then return filtered data. Cool. Now we want to paginate, so we're going to say const filtered data is equal to get filtered data. We're going to say const paginated data is going to be filtered data dot slice current page minus 1 times items per page, current page times items per page. Cool. And now we can say const handle pagination change, pass in the event and the page. Here we're going to say set current page is page, const search container document dot get element by ID search container. We're going to say if search container. So we've literally done all of this already. So search container dot scroll into view. We're going to say behavior is going to be smooth. Awesome. So let's fix this again. Cool. Now we want to add a load-in spinner when the data is empty. So it's going to say if there's no data dot length, then we're going to say return div. So what just happened? There we go. So return. So let's make sure. So if there's no data dot length, then return div. Class name is going to be flex, justify center. Items is going to be center. So items center. We're going to say height is going to be screen. And we're just going to place in that circular progress. And it's going to be size of 60. Cool. Now for the return, we're going to have div and div. Class name here is going to be with full. Min height is going to be 65. View height. Medium is going to be min height 60. View height. Large is going to be min height 70. View height. Dark is going to be background black. Background gray of 200. Box. We're going to state display is going to be flex. Padding is going to be 2. Flex directions. Flex direction is going to be XS. Extra small is going to be column. Medium is going to be row. Cool. Now we have sidebar filters. So we're going to say box SX. So let's do this. So we're going to say box XX is going to be width, which is going to be extra small, for which is going to be 100%. So what did we do wrong? Width extra small, 100. Okay. Oh, this should be this. And then for medium, it's going to be row. Cool. What now? Awesome. So for medium, it's going to be row. We're going to have typography. Actually, for medium, it should be 25%. For medium, it should be 25%. And then we're going to say pattern X of 2. Typography. This is going to be variant H6. We're going to say class name is going to be for dark. We're going to have text white, text black, margin bottom is going to be 2. Cool. And here we're going to say filter by category. Cool. So what are we doing wrong here? So let's see. Okay, let's do this so we know what's going on. So we have box. We have another box. Okay. Box is not defined. Of course it's not. What? So it's still not defined? Oh, okay, it's good now. Cool. Okay, so we have filter by category, and then we're gonna say form group. So form group, and here is gonna be array from new sets. And remember, we pretty much did this already, so it's just in a different component now. Now we're gonna take an item. It's gonna be item.category. We're gonna say .map, and it's gonna be category, and we're gonna do this, and now it's going to be form control label, and we're gonna have key here be category. Control is gonna be checkbox, and we're gonna say checked is going to be category filters category. So we take one of these out. Cool. Now we're gonna have on change. On change, and it's gonna take an E, and here we're gonna say set. It's gonna take in an event, and here it's gonna say set categories, filters. I'm gonna destructure category filters, and then it's gonna be category, and then we're gonna say e.targets.checked. Cool. And then that's it. So after that, we're gonna have name is gonna be category, and class name here is gonna be dark, text is gonna be white, and text is gonna be black. Cool. And we just close it out. So let's see, where did we do wrong? Okay, so let's keep going. And then here we're gonna say label. Label is gonna be typography. We're gonna have class name, and this is gonna be dark. Text is gonna be white. Text is gonna be black. Category. Category character at 0 to uppercase. Plus category dot slice 1. And then that's it. So this should be down here actually. So did we close form group? So what's the problem? So let's see, box. So return. Are we missing one? So let's see. Oh, there we go. I just didn't close it. Okay, that works. Now we can do this. Cool. Okay, so now we want to create the main area. So let's come to box here. So after the first closing box, so we're gonna come here and we're gonna create another box. And here it's gonna be styling of width which is going to be extra small, and this is going to be 100%. We're going to have medium, which is going to be 75%. We're going to say padding is going to be 2. And here we're going to have search and sort. So here we're going to have another box. And for this box, we're going to have ID is going to be search container. Cool. SX here is going to be display flex. We're going to have justify content. And this is going to be space between. Margin bottom is going to be 2. We're going to have text field, and this is going to be full width, and we're going to have label. Label is going to be search by title. Category, ... Value here is going to be filter. Unchange is going to be E, and this is going to be set filter, and this is going to be E.target.value. We're going to say SX, and this is going to be background color, and this is going to be background paper, and we're going to have a border radius of 1. Great. So now we can close out of it. Cool. Now we want to create our sort. So right here we're going to have select, and it's going to be material UI. Value is going to be, let's make sure we just close out of it first. Value is going to be sort option. We're going to have unchange, which is going to be E. So it's going to take in the event. And here we're going to say set sort option, and it's going to be E.target.value. Display is going to be empty. Display empty. We're going to say SX, and this is going to be .mui select. So it's for the select, and we're going to state background color is going to be background paper. Width here is going to be, for extra small, we're going to have 100%, and for small it's going to be auto. So what's wrong here? Oh, cool. Margin left of 2. Border radius is going to be 1. And that's it. So here we're just going to have render value selected. Did I spell it wrong? So how did I spell it? No, it should be selected. Let's see. So we're just going to say render value selected. So we're going to have render value selected. And here we're going to say select. If it's selected, then we want selected, else sort by. Cool. And now we're just going to have those menu items. So menu item, material UI. Value here is going to be empty string, and this is going to be sort by. So sort by, and let's bring this down. And then here we're going to have name. Here it's going to be price, low, high. And here we're going to have price, high, low. So this is going to be price, high to low. This is going to be price, low to high. This is going to be name. Okay. And now we want to create our actual grid. So after this box here, so let's see, after select box, we're going to have our grid. So we're going to say grid from material. So let's see, grid. Let's do that again. Grid. There we go. And here it's going to be container, and it's going to be spacing, and it's going to be 3. Cool. And now we can say paginated data dot map, and we're going to take an item. We're going to take an item, and here it's going to be grid, and it's going to be item key, which is item dot underscore ID. Extra small is going to equal 12. Small is going to equal 6, and medium is going to equal 4. Cool. So within grid, now we can have our div class name, which is going to be border rounded medium. Let's close this div out. There we go. So medium, shadow is going to be medium. We're going to have overflow hidden. We're going to have background of white. We're going to have dark, background gray, and 800. This is going to be flex column. Items, it's going to be center. Width is going to be full. We're going to have transition, transform. We're going to have duration is going to be 300. Hover is going to be scale, and it's going to be 105. Hover is going to be shadow. It's going to be large. And now we want to be able to click the image to open our modal. So we're going to say div. And here we're going to say class name is going to be relative. Width is going to be full. Height is going to be 200 pixels. We're going to state background is going to be gray of 200. The cursor is going to be pointer. On click is going to be handle open item. And now we can go ahead and have our image. And the image here is going to be source. which is going to be URL4. We're going to take in item.image. We're going to say .url and alt here. So let's do this. Now we can have alt, and alt is going to be item. Alt is going to equal item dot title. We're going to say layout is going to be fill. Object fit is going to equal contain. And we're going to have class name is going to be pattern of 2. So what is the problem here? So image, image. So next image, awesome. So it should compile. There we go. Cool. All right, so image works. And now after this div, we're gonna have the item details. So we're gonna say div class name is gonna be pattern of 4. Text is gonna be center. We're gonna say h2 class name. H2 class name is going to be font semi-bold, text base, truncate, text gray 900, dark, text gray 100, and here it's going to be item.title, and we're going to have P here is going to be class name. Text is going to be small. Text is gray 700. Dark is text gray 300. We're going to say font semi-bold. Margin top is 2. We're going to say, so margin top is 2. Let's come in here. And here it's going to be $, and this is going to be item.price.toFixed. And it's 2 decimal places. Cool. So after that p tag, now we're going to say is user authenticated. And this is to add/remove button or prompt the login. So we're going to say if user's authenticated, we're going to have button. And this button is going to be on click. We're going to state handle toggle cart. We're going to pass in the item, and we're going to say class name is going to be here we're going to have relative pattern y of 2. We're going to say pattern x of 4, margin top of 3, text of small, rounded is going to be full, font is going to be bold, overflow is going to be hidden, and group. Hidden group. Except this is going to be, there we go, is saved item._id. Then we're going to have, so if it's saved, then we're going to have background gradient to the right from red 500 to red 700, text white. Else we're going to say background gradient and this is going to be to the right from blue 500 to green 500 and text white. Cool. Now within this, we're going to have span, class name. Here we're going to have absolute and set 0, transition, transform. Duration is going to be 300, transform, and this is going to be scale x0. Group is going to be hover, and we're going to say scale x100. Background is going to be white. Opacity is going to be 10. And let's just leave it that way. So now let's do this so we can lint it. Cool. So span, and then we're going to have another span, class name. Here we're going to have relative with a z index of 10. Cool. And within it, we're going to say if it's saved item.id, _id. We want remove from cart, else we want add to cart. Awesome. And now for the else, we're going to say login link, and down here should have login link. So login link here should be button, and the button here should be class name, padding y of 2, and padding x of 4, margin top of 3. Text is small, rounded is full. We're going to have font bold. Background gradient is going to be to the right from blue 500 to green 500. Text is going to be white. There we go. And this is just simply going to say add to cart. Cool. And here we're going to say, so after grid, we're going to create our pagination data. So after grid, we're going to state paginated data dot length greater than 0. So we're going to say greater than 0. So if paginated dot length is greater than 0, meaning we have items, then we want to say pagination. So this is going to be from, let's just say pagination count. So this should be from material UI as well. So let's see. Pagination. There we go. Material UI. And then this is going to be count math.ceil. So we already did this. Filtered data divided by items per page. Page here is going to be current page. We're going to have on change is going to be handle pagination change. And then let's just do this first. And then here we're going to have SX, and let's do it this way. So for SX, I'm going to go ahead and just copy. So actually, we don't need a closing here. We can just do this. Cool. So for SX, I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste what I have, and we should be all set. So for SX, I'm just going to take this and I'm going to paste it in here. So go ahead and save that. Let's do this. Awesome. So now if you scroll up here, you can see SX, the margin top is going to be 6, displays flex, justified content is center. We have the pagination item root. We have pagination item root hover. We have MUI selected, and then we have pagination item ellipsis. So let's just take this out, go ahead and save that. And then click in here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're all set. So let's go ahead and just close out of that. And now let's see if our application works. So if we come back to Chrome, we scroll down. This is localhost 3000, as you can see. When you look at it, this is it. So let's see mystery crime. Let's see fantasy. Okay, Flash should not be in fantasy, but I guess I put that in there. Superhero. Let's see, science fiction. Cool. So it's going to take a couple of seconds for it to fully render the images. And yeah, so now you can just see all of it. Interesting. So we definitely have an error here somewhere. Let's refresh this. So let's see. Is there a discrepancy? Economic. Yep. So we have a couple of errors. So let's go ahead and check that out. So when we come to Visual Studio, let's come back into StoreItemModal. Let's see. So actually I was wrong. We're actually not done yet because we forgot to place the modal for the item details. So after the second box here, we're going to say StoreItemModal. We're going to say open is going to be open. We're going to say item is going to be selected item. We're going to state on close is going to be handle close. Then we're going to say is user authenticated is going to be is user authenticated. Cool. So with pagination, what did we do wrong here? So we have filter data, get filter data, const paginated data is equal to filter data dot slice, current page -1 times items per page, current page times items per page. Okay, we pass an event page, set current page is page, const, okay, that looks pretty fine. Okay, let's go back. So why are we getting the numbers is my question. So let's see, does the sort work? Yeah, that works. So let's refresh one more time. That's very weird. So let's see. So first of all, I know we made a mistake with the buttons. So let's go check out those buttons really quickly. So let's do this. Okay. So there we go. So where are the buttons to right from blue? There we go. To green. Okay, so that looks like it's supposed to. Now our pagination is now the problem. So let's see, paginated, blah, blah, blah. So math.seal. Oh, okay, I got it. So here, dot length. That's why. So we didn't add dot length. So we should be all set. So now, awesome. So let's clear that one. Control save. It's 282 with the brackets. So we go ahead and just close out of that. And that's pretty much it. So now let's see within, there we go. Now we have it. So I was like, what's going on? So let's go to 2 here. Let's go to 3 here. There we go. 4. Awesome. And here, if we say Batman, come on, work. So let's see. Okay, so our search isn't working. So actually, that's a good question. So let's add the cart, 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 add the cart. Ooh, saved items not defined. I figured as much. So this is within StoreItemModal dot includes. Okay. So StoreItemModal. So store modal, saved items, did we pass it in? So let's see, StoreItemModal. So store modal. Okay, we passed all that in. Okay. And then line, what was it? Line 23. So, oh, that's because we didn't import it actually. So let's come over here and we're going to say const saved items. And here we're going to have toggle save items, toggle save item. And this is going to be use context. And we're going to say saved items context. Cool. So okay, so it's compiling. Okay, we're all good. And let's just go ahead. Let's save this first. So save. Awesome. Now we go ahead and lint it. Save. And then we can take this line out and save. All right, so we're all set. So we'll just go ahead and close out of this. And now let's see. Can we add the cart now? Can we click on this? Circular progress is not defined. It's always one thing or the other. So let's go back to this and we can just say circular items. Import circular progress. Awesome. So let's come down here. You go ahead and lint this. Save. Awesome. And now we come back over here. Save. Click out of it. So we have 107 is the bracket now. 107 is the bracket. So it's compiling. Okay. So it says material UI does not contain a default export. Okay. Why is that? So we have 107 is bracket here. And let's come back up here. MUI/material. Let's see. What is it? So let's go to like cart. Wait, what is it? Okay, let's do this. So where's circular progress? Let's try it again, I guess. Circular progress. So let's see. Okay, are we good now? Nope. Material does not contain a default export imported as circular progress. Why not? So let's do this. Circular progress. Anything? Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, so this is not working. Okay, so that's not toggling. So the modal has a problem. So let's see, where's our button? Should be up here. Is saved, remove from cart. So let's do this. Okay, so what's the problem now? So after much debugging, it seems that the problem stems from here in StoreModal. We have const is saved and we have this function, but within StoreItem we have just this. So this is incorrect. So we can take this out and then plug this in, save that, and then let's go ahead and let's come back to StoreModal. Let's go ahead and link this. So let's go ahead and do this, save, and we're all set. So let's go ahead and close out of this, and then let's save this, and then we're all set. So let's go ahead and come over here. We can go ahead and link this as well and save, and that's pretty much it. So we're all done. So we go ahead and just close out of this. We can close out of this as well. Now let's see, when we click on this, there we go. So now it shows remove from cart. So if you remove it here, it should remove here as well. So with this, let's see why this isn't, there we go. That's why it wasn't working as well. So here, flash, there we go. So we're all set. So it's all good. So now let's check this one as well. So let's say Hulk, there we go. So let's try Kingdom. Yeah, that works. So Invincible Kingdom, so that works. So we go ahead and just exit out of this. Our filter here works. So there we go. We can come back home here and let's see mobile simulator, mobile view. Yeah, it works quite nicely. So here you scroll, there we go. And this is cool. Let's see our cart. So Hamburger Nav. So the mobile simulator kind of stopped working. So let's refresh it. And let's see. Okay, so the mobile simulator broke. So let's clear out of this, npm run dev, and let's try that mobile simulator again. So let's open this up. And let's see. So let's give it a second while it compiles and everything. And then it should load up. So let's see what's the problem here. Okay, so now when we go ahead and inspect mobile, okay, give me one second, let me see. Are we able to add the cart with, I think it's just frozen. There we go. Okay, yeah, it froze. So add the cart, remove from cart, add the cart. Awesome. So now if we go to mobile simulator, activate mobile view, yep, we're all set. So let's check out the cart. Okay, let's just click on this. There we go. And here we go. So it looks pretty cool if you ask me. So I like it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So we can go ahead and just close out of this, come back home to the home page here. And yeah, we're all set. So this is it. So this is the whole thing here. Awesome. So yeah, that's it. So this is the whole project. We can actually just close out of it. Quick Chrome. Awesome. So yeah, that's the whole project. So hope you guys enjoyed it. It took a long time to build. So if you guys don't mind hitting that like button, subscribing, and commenting in the comment section, let me know what you think about the project. Let me know how you feel about the UX for it, so the user experience. Let me know how you like the project, and remember, for the checkout portion, if you guys hit that like button enough, and you comment in the comment section that you want to see the other the checkout portion, and then we can have that going. So other than that, this project was already really long, so I didn't want to add to that. I can make a part 2 for just the checkout part. So with all that said, thank you guys so much. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys on whatever other project we decide to build next. Peace.